Let's go.
You are about to experience the uncensored conversations, stimulating wit, and the thought-provoking wisdom. Bold, raw, and uncut. Right now, on the Lance Scurv Show.
My position is that the black woman's disrespect and rebellion against the leadership and the authority of the black man is a direct cause of the breakdown in our black family structure. Now, of course, there are many black people who consider those fighting words because as black women, we have never been subject to the kind of examination that our men have been subject to since we have been here. We have been somewhat protected and shielded from any kind of critiquing about our personal behavior, whereas our men have always been up for examination. The book is not an attack on black women. I have never said that all black women do everything that I list in my book. None of us have lived long enough to do everything that I list in the book, but most of us do some of the things that I've listed in my book. And I do say that it is not because of generalizations that we are all victimized by some of the negative patterns of behavior in the book, but the book just represents our collective contribution. This is some of everything that we have done or that we do daily that contributes to the breakup of our relationship, the destruction of our man, and the failure of our children to be able to function. They did not tell us that all of that, being my own person and I'm independent, would lead to separation, loneliness, celibacy, and lesbianism. They didn't tell us that if you give up the man, you're going to take one of these things and it's worse and it will destroy your nation. They didn't give us that information. They made us think that it was some kind of glorified position to brag about the fact that I got my own job, my own credit card, my own car, so I don't need no man. I don't even know how we got that mixed up. Ain't none of that got nothing to do with being with no man. We have some serious relationship problems that nobody has been able to address us on because everybody wants to pretend that this is not going on. Over 60% of our women are single, widowed, separated, or divorced. They don't have a man. I just came out of Florida and they got a housing complex that the Urban League built, which is a black organization that is for women and children only. They say they don't allow any men in there. I didn't have time to deal with it, but I talked about them real bad. That's the silliest program I've ever heard of. You know them women that had men if they got a bunch of children. They need fathers. They need protection. We hear about the drug problem that we have in our projects across the country. It's one of the major places that we have a drug problem. We talk about the great strength that we have as black women. Well, the welfare department don't rent government apartments to single black men. Those apartments belong to black women who are allowing this to go on in their home. We have not looked at what part of the responsibility do we share. Yes, black men sell a lot of drugs, and a lot of us black women get the money from them drugs and buy some of these fancy clothes we wear. Drive around in some of these fancy cars. He is not doing these things alone and without support from us, whether they are good or bad. See, we have a lot of power. We are very strong women. I'm saying that we're using our strength in the wrong direction. We're using it to tear our man down, tear our nation down instead of building it up. Having an education and a job does not necessarily mean you have a successful life. I keep telling black women that to raise a child, they say, well, I provided with food, clothing, and shelter. That's not raising a child, that's maintaining one. To raise a child, you need. We have sons who, by not having a father in the home, they don't know how to respect women. They take on the black female emotionalism. They become bitchy, they're doubtful, they're indecisive, they can't make a decision. They don't know what to do about being a man because we can't teach them that. We don't have that knowledge. We have daughters who grow up in a home where they don't see any affection, where there's no man there. They go out into the world and try to mate. They don't have no idea how to be no woman to no man, how to function in a house with a man. Because they haven't seen it. Most of our children, just like us, get all the information we have about how you be with a mate off television. It's the only medium that shows us anybody being together. Those rules have not worked for us. The white woman's liberation movement, we don't have anything to do with that. We have not been under the control of the black man for over 500 years, so what do we have to get liberated from them from? my boss. That's the white woman and her man. They're going through that, and that's their business. We don't have any business being in that. They only introduced it to break down the civil rights movement. Civil rights movement started with the black man, the black woman, and the black child standing together, trying to plead for freedom, justice, and equality, and more benefits in the country that they had built. They threw the white woman in there with the women's liberation movement and made it a woman against man thing. That created a big separation between black men and black women, because then everybody started going for self. Then they bring the welfare system in and tell us in order to feed and clothe and house our children, we have to give up our man. You have to put the man out of the house. When the white farm wife goes to the government for subsidy for the farm, they don't tell her to get rid of the farmer. They keep that family together. But in the black community, they make it a requirement, because they want to keep endorsing into the black community that the black man is no good, and that he is not deserving of respect, he is not deserving of us letting him give us any protection or instruction, and that we are better than them. The major responsibility that the black woman has had on the earth for the trillions of years that we have been here has been one of nutrition and birthing children. Those two things have a great deal to do with the survival of any people, the reproduction of the nation, and feeding them the proper food so that they can live. Those are very important jobs. Those are very powerful positions, because it puts us in a position to decide who's going to live or die, and how slow they're going to die by what we feed them. We have a very powerful position. That's not a small role that we play. We have just been taught to misrepresent and misuse that power. The people who we have been counting on to give us the truth about how to get along have failed. The white people don't know how to get along. They don't have that information themselves. They don't get along with nobody on earth. So they didn't have no information to impart to us about how we're supposed to get along. They change their relationship rules at will. We have, tons of black children around this country that I hear from who have grown up traumatized by the fact that they were referred to as the outside child. When we were having children like that, they called it illegitimate children, until the white woman started having them, and now it's single parenting. See, they changed the rules according to what they're doing. So I've called on our people to change them depending on what we want to do, what our needs are. There's another need that has not been addressed in our community, because nobody will deal with it, and that's one that God did not create three sexes. We only have men and women. Now, I have not said that we should reject the sisters who try and act like men and the men who try and act like women. I'm not saying to reject them from among us, but they need to be taught. We don't have to accept that as some kind of normalcy, because that's not normal. But because now the white people are practicing that, when we were doing it, we were punks and faggots. Now that they're doing it, now it's an alternative lifestyle. I'm trying to demonstrate how they have set rules that they have forced us to follow that they don't even follow themselves. They change the rules to suit them when they get ready. We can change them to suit us when we get ready, especially if we have what we have now, which is a failing system. It hasn't worked for us. We don't have to be ashamed that it hasn't worked for us. But we do have to be ashamed of the fact that we keep plodding behind it and not trying to make the corrections that will help our people to survive.
Whoa. I just want to say welcome to another episode of the Lance Scurv Show. This is the third show that we are doing within a 24-hour period. And of course, our brother needs no introduction. And if you forgot Brother HALLAH, you can unmute your phone right now. We're letting him out the cages. I'm not saying he's an animal. He's more than a man. But the intensity can scare somebody where they think that they're being ripped up by a lion. I just want to say one thing. I'm just going to look at your levels one more time. Give me a roar, a 1, 2, 3, and assalamu alaikum, or whatever you want to say, a hotep. I want to hear your levels so we can get every syllable of this out here. Go ahead, brother. Let me hear 1, 2, 3 or something.
I'm here. I'm definitely here. I'm here. Peace to everybody. No tap. We ain't on that whole tap. No tap.
You passed the test, brother. You passed the test.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, we on another wave here.
That's right.
Another frequency.
I just want to say to everybody listening, and if you can help me correct anybody who comes into the chat room later on saying that we're bashing our sisters, please correct them. We're speaking about a slice. I don't know the exact size of that slice. It could be 25%, 15, 3%, 75%. I don't know. We're not here to say what percentage it is, but we're speaking about these particular sisters who fit the particular description. We're going to go on with surgical precision. I'm going to shut up after I finish talking. I'm going to engage Brother Holler in the conversation, but it's all about what he has to put down. Again, we're not talking about all black women. We're speaking also out of love to our wayward sisters, but these things must be said. The lines will be open. They're not open now, but they will be open when Brother Holler says so. I'm merely the bucket boy in this one because it's an honor to carry the bucket of water down to the ring with a heavyweight champ like Brother Holler. So talk to me, brother. Let's let it happen.
This is about to be ludicrous, but listen. This is about to be serious. But I just want to, first of all, say peace to each and everybody that's listening, that's in the.
Oh, wow. So you mean the call just ended like that? I hit the wrong button on the phone? No, we're going to bring this back. I was trying to turn the volume down on my phone. And please, and I know you can, there you go. Great. Okay, I did that. This wasn't the powers that be. I did this one, brother. So let me add in my other conference line and we'll roll right on back. I did that one. I hit the volume button, but also I didn't realize on this iPhone of mine that it was, and I'm going to call back. Okay, hold tight, brother. I did that one. Please excuse me, people. It's been a long day today. Okay, here we go. We're back on track. No problem. Here we go. We're going to merge this in. Good. There you go.
Can you hear me?
Oh, everything's back on track. We got this under control. I'm not letting nothing happen with this one. I did that one. You know what I mean?
Oh, okay.
Maybe the powers that be shot a beam to my hand and made me hit the button and knock it off. I'm just playing. But we're back. Everything is back. The levels are jumping right. I did that by mistake. Sorry, everybody.
Okay.
Go ahead, brother.
I just want to say, first of all, peace to everybody in the chat room, anybody that's listening right now, to everybody who may be listening to this later on. Again, it's an honor always, Brother Lance, to be able to come and enlighten the people.
Yes.
This is what I'm here for.
Yes.
I'm not here to preach to nobody. It's just, when you have information, you have knowledge, you enlighten those. It goes back to the each one, teach one. What's the point of having knowledge if you're not going to share it with your people? So that's what this is about. And, this has kind of been heavy on my heart and on my mind for years.
Yes.
But even more so recently, there is a definite war, physically and spiritually, between the black man and the black woman. And I think it's some things that need to be cleared up. You know what I'm saying? So we can have some clear understanding and move on to healing.
Mm-hmm.
First and foremost, let me give my disclaimer so that I am not understood or misconstrued. In no way, shape, form, or fashion do I hate black women. That would be nonsense. I am not bashing black women. That is completely nonsense. I love black women. My God is a black woman. My sisters, my aunts, my grannies, my cousins, and my children are black women. So for any woman out there that would think that I'm hating black women or I'm bashing black women or I'm mad at black women, that's nonsense. We're not going to do that today. Today is a day of accountability. And accountability has to go on both sides, okay? Number one, I am not taking up or condoning or justifying the poor treatment that black women have received from us black men. I am, one, apologizing, and I'm saying I am sorry on behalf of black men who may not have the heart or the testicular fortitude to actually take accountability without pointing blame at anyone for the poor treatment, the mistreatment, the calling out of your name, being left to raise your children alone, being battered, raped, and mistreated by us. We are wrong. I'm stating that. I hope you are listening so that it does not come back, well, what about y'all? This is the problem. It's been too much of y'all, but it has not been on the other side. There needs to be accountability on both sides. So, you black women, you also have a part in this. And this is what has not been addressed. And it has been avoided and it's been enabled to be deflected with the help of the same instigator who put us both in the social environment that created this war between us. Let me state this again. The accountability from your side has been enabled to be deflected with the help of the same instigator who put us both in this social environment that created the war between us. I am not sitting here saying it is all black women. I'm not sitting here saying it's all black men. We can sit here and go back and forth and say who did what, but I would say this. In the past, I've been in relationships where I have confronted black women or confronted the women that I was involved with about things that I liked or disliked. And at that moment, at the time that I want to express how I feel, she makes it a point to take the time to now take my time that I'm trying to express how I feel to now pour out how she feels. You got to pick your own time for that shit. We talking about you today. Can't keep talking about us, and you can't keep running from this. We got to talk about you today. It cannot all be the black man's fault for everything. It takes two people to be involved in this situation. It cannot be a war between the both of us, but this is a one-sided thing. It is not. I'm not saying it's black women's fault. I'm not saying it's black men's fault. We are both at fault for our participation in this. However, it is bigger than Nino Brown. There is a outside instigator that caused this situation to be what it is. But the problem here is that one side has yet to willingly take accountability for their participation in this war. I want to send peace and love to the mother elder Shahrazad Ali. I read her book. I bought her book when it came out. And it kind of changed my life. Like everything she wrote was things that was in my mind. I felt like she was in my brain answering the questions and answering things that I was already observing about what was going on between black men and black women. That book that she wrote, her perspective on these things are right on point, whether women like this or not. But I think what needs to be understood is that there are some things that have happened historically and psychologically to us both that one side of us tend to recognize, but the other side is in denial. And this is what needs to be addressed. If it is not addressed, this war will continue on. Our families will continue to be divided, and our communities will continue to crumble to absolutely nothing. We will eventually die out if this isn't stopped and there is a process of healing that needs to start. But in order to heal, in order to grow and evolve, the first step is accountability. That same mirror that you put in front of black men, I'm going to need you black women now to turn it around to yourself and ask yourself, am I totally innocent? Am I totally a victim? Are there things that I could have done differently? Is there things that I should know that I don't know? Are there things that I am perpetuating, whether I'm conscious or unconscious of, that could be contributing to this situation? See, when these issues and this situation comes up, it's always, well, if the black man get himself right, we'll get right. But the problem with that is this. I hear a lot from black women saying that they are strong, intelligent, and independent. But if you are strong and intelligent and independent, to blame another individual for your shortcomings, or to blame an individual for the circumstances and the situations that you are in outside of the instigator, is not a sign of strength. It is a sign of weakness. It is not a sign of independence, and it is not a sign of intelligence. And these things need to be dealt with. To roll all the way back to slavery, well, before I even get into that, let's just do a little vocabulary, because things need to be understood. There's some things that I need to put on the table so you can understand the perspective that I'm coming from. Number one, the word accountability. It is the quality or the state of being accountable, an obligation or willingness to accept responsibility or account for one's action. I'm going to put it in HALLAH terms. To be able to admit one's fault without blaming somebody else. To be able to come on your own initiative and say, yo, I was wrong. Even though we can say that there are people and things that are part of the circumstances and the situation, but to willingly say, I am willing to take accountability for my part in this, this is not what's going on from the female perspective, and there is a reason why. It's called social engineering. That's the other word. Social engineering is the use of centralized planning in the attempt to manage social change and regulate the future development and behavior of a society, or the psychological manipulation of humans. In social science, it refers to the efforts to influence particular attitudes and social behaviors on a large scale, whether by governments, media, or private groups, in order to produce desired characteristics in a target population. Take that in, because this is what we are victims of. The both of us, not just one side, the both of us. Let's deal with slavery. First and foremost, prior to slavery, prior to our interaction with the instigators, our relationship, historically, any of you can go and look this up, was not the way that we are right now. This is very evident. Look at the productivity that our ancestors had as opposed to how we are right now. It is very evident that we did not deal with each other the same way, that we did not interact with each other the same way. However, after this interaction with these instigators, things began to change. More importantly, around the time of slavery. The damage that was done in slavery, the trauma that was put on the both of us, not just one of us, the both of us, changed the dynamics between the black man and the black woman. We were once interdependent. I said interdependent, not independent, interdependent of each other, meaning that we were a nucleus. One couldn't do anything without the other. There couldn't be one without the other. Our original trinity was man, woman, and child. Not man and man, not woman and woman, and we adopted somebody's kid. It was man, woman, and child. The only way anything in the universe can be created through the masculine, the feminine, and this is how creation comes about. In slavery, there were a lot of terroristic things that this instigator did, from raping our women in the presence of a man who could not do anything about it because fear, the weapon of fear, was used to keep us from revolting, even though there are history of revolt. Evidently not enough, because it did not stop them from doing what they did. Families were broken up. Our women were raped. The men were raped. The children were raped. The families were divided. The women and the children had to see that strong black man who she once depended on be tortured in her presence. This psychologically reversed your nature. It turns you from being interdependent to being independent for the purpose of survival. This is not how we are supposed to be. This is not how we are innately, but this is what happened to us. Moving forward, no, let me go back. With this came a psychological disdain. Even though she's seen consciously what was going on, this was a psychological disdain. Number one, women, by nature, are emotional creatures. The creator, and I'm using terms that you folks can understand. I am not a believer in God. However, I'm going to speak in a language that you all understand. Your God created you to be a certain way for your purpose. It takes a naturally emotional individual to be a nurturer. You were built that way in order to be able to nurture and bring a child into existence and to continue to nurture and care for that child. It takes an emotional and spiritual long-standing impatience as a mother. This is why the relationship between a mother and her child and a father and the child is different. The father is the protector. That was our job, to protect the women and the children, to protect our families, to protect our community. Slavery killed that, destroyed that completely. The psychological effects that was put on our foremothers that were brought here changed the dynamics of the family. Even though we still were amongst each other, even though we still continued to produce, the psychology was different. Now the children were raised completely different because the male happened to be a target. She had to keep him safe and teach the woman, her daughters, to be independent the same way she had to think. But this was for purposes of survival. This is not how we are supposed to be. What is not understood is that these things were also passed down genetically. It's called genocode. These things are passed through the DNA. These characteristics now, these feelings, these emotions are passed from one generation to the other. And because of ignorance or lack of knowledge back then, not understanding that this was social engineering that was going on, the children, the generations behind them, were misunderstanding and misconstruing what was going on. These things that were enforced and put on us were now becoming tolerated and then accepted. And now it has become the norm. Whether you understand this or not, this is what's going on. These things are not my opinion. This is observation. All you got to do is read history. Go read the Willie Lynch letter. Whether that dude really existed or not, the very things in that letter very much describes the state of where we are as a people, as a community, and specifically and particularly how black men and black women interact with each other. So let's fast forward. We off the plantation now. We get together. We begin to start to evolve. We begin to start to build our families. However, this psychological thing has not been totally reversed. It's still there. Folks gotta remember and understand we ain't that far removed from slavery. We keep acting like this was ages and ancient and eons ago. We ain't that far removed from this. We have yet to completely evolve away from this. As a matter of fact, we are now deeper in the rabbit hole than we even realized. But this is psychological now. It ain't physical. It's psychological. So I brought up a point to someone one day about the 60s. Because they was like, how do you feel about integration? And I said integration was the worst thing that could have ever happened to us. When we were segregated, we were within our own confines and our own communities. We were beginning to re-evolve, change the mentality. Even statistics will show you. Prior to 1960, we had a higher marriage rate. There were black men in the family. There were no real broken homes. We started to bond again, especially during the civil rights movement. We all had a common situation that we all needed to be bonded together with. We all needed to look out for each other. So even our little issues that we had going on, because we had them going on, we still had fucked up men, you know what I'm saying? And our women still had this issue psychologically. We still bonded together for this common cause and this common fight. However, integration came about, and these folks understood, well, we definitely got to fall back off the physical terrorism, but now we going to pull it up and go into sixth gear and do this psychologically. We going to tear the home up. And they knew what they was doing. Social engineering. Remember, I told you this had everything to do with the influence of a particular attitude and social behavior on a large scale by governments, media, and private groups in order to produce desired characteristic in a target population. We were the target population. So now, black folks ain't got to depend on each other no more. We got to depend on NASA again, because we are now integrated into their system, a system that was not designed for our progress. There's some things that happened during this time that further put a wedge in between black men and black women. One of them was a feminist movement. Black women ain't going to want to agree with this. A lot of them are still in denial of this. But there's, as the Queen said, there was no reason for the black woman to be in a feminist movement. She was not being oppressed by her man. We were collectively being oppressed. We were collectively being victimized by the same instigator. But they did not see the hidden agenda. They began to give jobs to black women, and they made it hard for black men to get employment. You don't have to take my word for it. You can look up the statistics. After World War II, there was a decline in the black men in the workforce, but there was a steady stability for black women. This was by design. This started to create a wedge in the home. It was a lot easier for a black woman to get a job or assistance as opposed to her man. She did not see or realize what was going on. Ignorance is what it is. You either know or you don't. Not faulting you, but this is what it is. Because of survival, you all begin to eat out of the hands of your oppressor because your man could not do this. Wasn't totally his fault. This was all by design. Same instigator, creating an environment that they knew that would destroy the black family. Also, at the same time, was a high incarceration rate and premature mortality for black men. There were a lot of female-headed homes, not because men didn't want to be with their women. It was hard for them to be able to take care of their families. When you are depriving a man of being a man, this causes a strain in between that man and that woman. It causes havoc in the home. Same as today. One of the number one reasons for divorce in families in any race, but I'm going to deal with us. I'll have no concern about what white folks do. But in us melanated folks, one of the top two is definitely finances. That money get funny, things get crazy. We go separate ways. But this is because our culture has been taken away from us. We have the wrong perception and the wrong perspective about marriage and how we are to come together and for what reasons we are to come together. But that's another story. I'm going to get back into this wedge. Your grandmothers, your aunties, your great-grandmoms, the ones who were cleaning up Mr. Charlie's house, scrubbing his toilets, working in the factories, these same individuals that was giving these black women jobs were the same individuals that was telling your man, I'm not giving you shit. This was being misunderstood. She not understanding. If I could get a job, why this man can't get a job? Not understanding that there's an outside instigator. This was all being manipulated for a reason. If we can make this man look incapable, irresponsible, have no ability to be able to take care of his family, this will cause havoc in the home, which will further divide. Now you have these single mothers raising the children by herself. These men started making decisions. These are these stories that you hear about where the black man decide he go to the store to get a loaf of bread and he don't come back. He realized that it was easier for one less mouth to be fed. Whether his decision was right or wrong, this had everything to do with this social engineering. Now, this isn't every black man and every black woman didn't feel this way. But this is definitely not an isolated situation. This was an epidemic. This was what was creating poverty in our communities. In 1964, 65, when the Social Services Act came, the politicians bought your grandmothers and your aunties. In a way, they turned their backs on their men, not out of malice. It was out of survival. This further created a divide. Because up until 1968, the rule with these welfare services was that man can't be in the house. Now, it changed after that. And they took the bar off of that. And they said that these states could help two-parent homes where the would-be breadwinner, either unemployed or underemployed, could be helped. But it was not required by the states. I don't have to tell you that these states did not follow this. And for those that did, in comparison to the numbers of those who depended on welfare, the stats was like 300,000 families that may have gotten assistance. Talking about two-parent home families in comparison to 3.5 to 3.6 million families that were dependent on welfare for their survival. I think what needs to be understood is this environment created a wedge. It started malice. It started frustration and anger between the two. It further reversed her nature to go back deeper into being independent and not interdependent of that man. Somewhere around that time, that quote was coined, I could do bad by myself. Why? I heard this from my elders, the aunties, the cousins, the grandmothers and the great-grandmothers say this with a disdain for her man. I don't need a no-good nigga. He can't do nothing for me. I don't need him around. I'm not blaming you, sister, and I'm not blaming him. I'm putting these things on the table and these facts on the table to show you that there was an environment that was created. I don't think no man chooses not to be able to take care of his woman that he really loves and cares for and his children. Now, I'm not going to say that there wasn't no dusty-ass fucked up men. It's bad apples everywhere. And I ain't going to say that there wasn't no fucked up women. There's a lot of them out there. But what I am saying is this environment was not our choosing. This was created for the purpose of us being right where we are right now. To this day, there is a wedge and a war between us, not only physically, not only economically, but spiritually. I have seen women just have a disdain with men and don't even know why. They have grown up and just felt this way. It's a learned behavior because they seen their mother feel that way. They seen their grandmothers feel that way. They heard their aunties and their cousins talk shit about men. And vice versa on the man's side. But we not talking about the men today. We got to talk about you, black woman. Because a thing that's not being understood is, along with this social engineering, the environment was created for you to be justified and enabled to continue this disdain for your man and not take no accountability. It had to be our fault. I.e. comes in that white woman, that feminist movement, who drew y'all in, said you ain't got to take this shit. You could be equal to your man. You could do the same thing he can do, whoop-de-whoop-whoop, and all that nonsense. Not realizing there were all them rallies that was going on and all that hoopla and that fist pumping. Most of those women was going home to their husbands. This is still, the effects of these things are still going on to this day. The aggressive nature, the disdain is still there. The easy attitude taken, the quick to, I'm going to tell you how I feel. This comes from this social engineering, sister. And you got to ask yourself, is this really how you're supposed to be? Is it really just that man's fault? Could you not take a different position? Are you really as independent as you think you are? Let me dispel the myth for you. The more they allowed you to eat out of their hand, they created a pseudo-independence in you. Now, I'm not saying this to put any of you down, but I just want you to know, if you think the things that you are doing and your climb in corporate America is off your merit, you went to school for nothing. This is chess. We keep playing checkers, and they playing chess. This creates a further divide. The women can make more money than the man. She don't need him. I've seen it plenty of times. I've heard black women say, I can't find a man because he's not on my level. He don't got what I got. You got your degrees and your position in the company that you work for. But why you don't understand that the same person that you work for, that same system that's making you think that you are where you are off your merit is not the same system that's incarcerating your men, that's marginalizing your man economically. See, they started marginalizing us after integration. They started making sure that it was hard for your man to provide for his family. It further created the disdain inside of you. It further made you independent from your man. And to a certain degree, you had every right to feel that way because somebody had to take care of them babies. I get it. But I don't give you a pass because all these degrees that you get and all this knowledge that you get, how could you miss the social engineering? How could you not see that the very man that you won't talk bad about, you won't buck at him, you won't call him a no good motherfucker, this the nigga you smile in his face and you shake his hand and you say, thank you, boss, for that check. You can forgive him for the atrocities and the things that he do, but you can't forgive your man. You show disdain to him. You discard him away. You say he's a no good nigga. Yes, he wrong for calling you a bitch. You absolutely right, he's wrong. He should never call you out his name. But he don't know no better, just like you don't. Because we both victims of the same instigator. I'm saying, well, Holla, why are you bringing all this up? Why we got to deal with this? Because the blame game got to go. This shit is overrated. That victim shit is overrated. You grown enough. We intelligent enough. It's enough information out here for you to know. The only reason why them white folks let you do what you do is because they know what you're not going to do with that money. They know you're not going to go home and unify with that man. And if you try to, it's still going to be the blame on him. If he get right, then I will. No. If we get right, I said we, if we get right, then we'll be right. It can't be, I'll wait until he get himself right, then I'll change. It don't work that way. Either we are going to let these things go and begin to heal and progress, or we going to die. We're going to die. They have invaded us with a culture that does not have anything to do with us. Why? Because they created that wedge in between me and you. Now black women feel like, well, I can't deal with a black man. I'm going to go deal with another black woman. That ain't your culture. Y'all can miss me with the whole whoop-de-whoop. That ain't your culture. Black man, that ain't your culture. But we ain't talking about black men today. We're talking about you, black woman. And the reason why I'm stressing you, black woman, because y'all the ones that bear these children. Yes, we contribute genetically to them, but they are created in you. And until you change the way you think, and until you change the way you are spiritually, we're going to keep producing children with the same disdain, with the same independence, with the same attitude. I can have me a baby and I don't need no man to help me take care of it. You can't blame a man for abandoning you when you already excluded him out the picture before the baby got here. This is what you do. And you need to be accountable. See, they never made you accountable. They created a platform for you not to be accountable, for you to feel justified in feeling the way that you feel about your man. But it's not right. It's wrong. We both have to come to the table. We got to let the bullshit go. We got to start raising our children up with a totally different mentality. We got to go back to our culture. But then here's the other problem. They gave y'all the religion for the reason, because you emotional. It's easy to get you. I can understand why you don't have no respect for your man when your God is white. That's why you respect your boss. Because psychologically, your God is white. Even if you say on the surface, the color don't matter. The very first picture of any God, the God you serve, it was white. That was for a reason. It's psychological. They playing with your head on purpose. You shouldn't be mad at us. You should be mad at them. And you should be mad at your intelligent self for falling for it. But it's okay. You can snap out of it. We can snap out of it. I ain't bashing you. I ain't mad at you. I love all of you. But I'm upset and it's embarrassing at the state that we're in for us being ascendants of such great people, of such intelligent people, for people who birthed all nations, who educated all nations, who civilized all nations. And we are the most uncivilized people today. We are the most unorganized people today. We are the most religious, Jesus-loving, Allah-loving people. But we are the bottom feeders. Even with all the money and your degrees and your little accolades, we at the bottom of the totem pole. So when I hear y'all say, I'm strong and I'm black and I'm intelligent and I don't need no man, I laugh. Poor boo-boo, she don't know no better. But you can know today, and it can change today. You can make an effort today to not blame anyone. We can acknowledge that there's an instigator. And we can change. We can socially re-engineer ourselves. Because they wouldn't have known no social engineering without us. We can change that. But we got to get off this surface shit. We got to stop blaming each other and pointing fingers at each other and saying, is this person's fault and that? No, it's our fault. We all got to take responsibility for this and change now. Start raising our children differently. Black woman, it ain't nothing wrong with letting a man lead you, especially if you know he got his head on straight. Get out your ego. Stop talking to your man crazy, because you don't talk to Mr. Charlie like that. You don't talk to Miss Kim like that. I look at the nonsense that's going on. Y'all beat each other up. You'll come at us. There ain't nobody doing nothing to the real enemy. Ain't nobody saying nothing to the real enemy. You can forgive them. You can forgive your man and forgive yourself. We can be a different people, but we got to grow up. You can't evolve if you don't grow. And in order to grow, you got to put the childish shit away. Your degrees don't mean nothing if you think you can survive out here in this world without a black man. You got here with the help of a black man. How silly of you to think such nonsense. We abandoned the village. We abandoned the principles that came from our ancestors. Now we divided up. And we got a hatred for each other. That ain't who we are. That came from another people. We don't got to be that. You got a choice. You can make up in your mind whether you want to continue being that way or you want to change. You want a difference? The difference got to start with you. Because that victim shit is overrated. We both victims. We got to let the nonsense go. Get up out them churches. Get up out them organizations that ain't doing nothing for you and your people. If they ain't about building your families, if they ain't about putting black men and black women back together, it ain't good for you. They don't mean you no good. It ain't about shit. Let it go. You've been walking around with your Bible talking to Jesus all these years, talking about I don't need no man. Nonsense. That's foolishness. You got here because of a black man and a black woman. Let that bullshit go. I don't care what sorority you in, what civic group you in. If that shit ain't about building families and putting the family back together and rebuilding the communities, let that bullshit go. That ain't for us. That ain't our culture. That ain't got nothing to do with us. We Africans. We ain't never been Greeks. Don't care who don't like the shit. I'm telling you the facts. We want to be everything else but who we really are. And it happened because of social engineering. They knew if they could divide me and you, put me and you against each other, we would never be a great people again. No black man and black woman, no family. No family, no community. No community, no nation. Lance, I'm done.
Brother HALLAH, you know, like I've said this before, when we look at the great athletes of yesteryear, they may have played for a decade or two out of their lives, but it all boils down to that newsreel signature moment or collection of moments at the top of their career. I'll never forget the day that you called me, HALLAH, and where I was standing and what bus I was about to do, and I'm down here working on the plantation in Orlando, Florida. I was about to do my first trip on the 319, and the phone rung. And while I'm about to get on the bus, I usually don't pick up a ringing phone, but I had to pick this one up. And I'm glad that I did. But I just want to say this, brother. You have dozens and dozens of shows that you spoke, and they all contain truth. And they were all hard-hitting in the style that only you are known for. But this one today, oh man, this is a signature moment, brother. I'm telling you.
Brother, I'm over here in tears right now because I don't think, and I know there's black women out there, they mad, they got their ass on their shoulders, they probably want to chew my head off, but I don't think they understand this is from the heart.
Right.
This is for real.
Right.
I'm tired of seeing this the way that it is.
I know.
This ain't how we supposed to be.
I know. I know.
This is not how we supposed to be, and it's embarrassing. This is why we get treated the way we get treated by everybody else. They see we had no value in ourselves and in each other, and we the prey. Mm-hmm. Everybody else pick on the black folks. Why? Them niggas don't care. They don't care about each other, and they don't care about themselves.
Right.
It's gotta stop. But the bickering back and forth, that ain't gonna resolve it. It's not gonna resolve it.
It's not. And you know the funny
The
thing.
black man could say we could be the bigger person, but if you still got your ass on your shoulder, sister, if you still got an attitude, sister, if you feel like you just got something to prove, I ain't gonna let a man do that to the people that put this whole shit into play in the first place. I ain't do it to you. You ain't do it to me. We balling our fist up and swinging at the wrong people.
Right.
It's gotta stop. It has got to stop.
It's so right, brother. And
50 years from now, it could be a Time Life book. Once upon a time in niggas. That's where we headed.
yep.
If it don't stop, that's where we headed. There's going to be all other races. Once upon a time Life book series. Once upon a time, it was niggas here. And they ain't here no more.
Right.
That's where we headed to if it don't stop. And it has to be us together simultaneously at the same time on the same frequency. Now.
Wow. 100% true.
Y'all want something to prove? When them white girls out there acting crazy, smack the dog shit out of them. You ain't got to tell nobody. Take them around the corner, wear their asses out. Stop taking the shit out on the people that we didn't do this to you. Yeah, I know that black man wrong. He don't know no better either. He ain't been raised right either. He ignorant too. Listen, we have evolved into a culture that is not ours. That was the intent. We have become more like our slave master than you even realize. We act more like them than we even realize. And we doing each other dirty. It's got to stop. I don't care about your degrees, your accolades. Don't none of that matter. You a black woman first. You a queen first. But I want to put something out there. Yeah, I'm going to try to make a little light of the situation, but it's some real shit. Sisters, at any given time, when your white daddy decides to withdraw his hand, shit could get real funky, and a lot of y'all ain't gonna kill none, let none die. Them same ain't no good niggas, you gonna need them. Some of them just might let y'all get your asses whooped. I don't agree, and I ain't gonna condone it, but what they say, karma, shit go around, come around. A lot of niggas is walking around emotionally feeling some kind of way about y'all. It's only human. You slap me around, beat me around, like, I don't want to have nothing to do with you. This is where we at, and it shouldn't be that way. We can stop that now. We can prevent that now. So to get off her for a minute, black man, I'm charging y'all. Get off the bullshit, brother. Love that woman. Embrace her. Stop calling her out her name. Be there for her. Stop standing around pulling your goddamn phone out, shooting fucking videos trying to make it go viral. You see her getting her ass beat, man, you do something about it. But the same thing goes with you, sister. Stop mouthing off so much. You ain't got to talk so much. Sometimes you gotta shut the fuck up and listen. That's how you learn. I know you don't like it, but sometimes y'all talk too goddamn much. I know. What? We supposed to shut up and not say nothing? I ain't saying that, but sometimes, yeah, shut the fuck up. This is how you learn. Some things ain't even got to be said. Give that man a chance, because we keep giving y'all chances. That's why y'all keep having babies. Regardless of the bullshit y'all give us, we keep fucking with y'all. But y'all just keep right on shitting on black men. It's gotta stop. On both sides, it's gotta stop. Get your nose out the air, get your ass off your shoulders. That black man give you a compliment, say thank you, keep it moving. He ain't thirsty. He admires you. You a black woman, you a queen, you beautiful. You should be happy that he does that. We gotta cut the bullshit out. All this hatred, the hateful attitudes, it's gotta go. It's gotta stop. There's gotta be more compassion and understanding. You gotta be a little more patient on both sides. We gotta be patient with you. You gotta be patient with us. We gotta come together, understand there is a common enemy that wants us this way. We both gotta be the bigger people and grow up. Look at what we showing our kids. You got young men don't want to be men because they grew up hearing you dog men out. You got young women out here don't want to be women, don't want to get married because they hear you dogging men out. It's got to stop. Black men, you got to stop dogging these women out. Cut that shit out. Now I'm putting it on the table for all of us. Listen, brother, cut that bullshit out. You ain't got good intentions with her, leave her alone. Sister, you ain't got no good intentions, you ain't got no plans, close your fucking legs up. You got daddy issues, go sit down and talk to somebody. Getting pregnant ain't the answer. I had daddy issues. I'm a man. I had daddy issues. I got 4 kids, 4 baby mothers. Because I had daddy issues too. No guidance. I was just as much as part of the problem as I'm here presenting the solution. We fucked up, and we got to stop this shit. I can't make it pretty. I ain't going to kiss your ass. I ain't going to sweeten it up. This is how you need to hear it. Sometimes you got to get it like this so you understand it don't feel good. Good. Go stand your ass in the mirror and look at yourself. You shouldn't feel good. If anything I said, it apply to you, you shouldn't feel good about yourself. You should feel upset. You should be mad, but not at me, not at him, but at yourself for participating in this bullshit that's causing the further divide between each other. But it ain't totally your fault. It ain't totally your fault. This is where we need to come together and understand. This was created by an instigator so that we would be this way. We give these motherfuckers too much energy and too much credit that they don't deserve. It's gotta stop. I love all of y'all, man. And I specifically and particularly love you black women. There is nothing like y'all. And I'm talking about all shades. From you Africans to you Latinos, we all came from the same stock, that same mother. We got to stop the bullshit. Whether you speak Spanish, French, English, Patois, I don't care. It's got to stop. We are not the minorities. We are the majority. That minority word ain't got nothing to do with your color. They said we can't handle our own affairs. That's what that word means. We like children, and we need them to regulate us. That's some bullshit. We need to prove them wrong. That ain't who we are. That ain't who we never been. We better than that. You strong, you black, you intelligent, sister, wake your ass up and realize you need to come home to your man. You can't do it without him. Now I'm really done, Lance. You can open up the lines. I'm ready for the bullshit.
That's what I'm gonna do right
For
now,
real,
brother.
because I got an answer. I got an answer for it. I do my research. I deal with scholarship. This ain't my opinion. Everything I said has everything to do with facts, history, and observation.
The lines are open, everybody. 888-575-3769. The lines are open. Any trolls call in, you're going to get booted out. You're going to get jap slapped. So feel free to call in. We all will
I
have a
love
chance
troll.
to talk.
I told you.
Oh, I know. Right. They don't want that. They don't want that. You know, that's like the roach
I
that
want
ran up
all
in the
that
cupboard
smoke.
with the roach spray. You made it easy, man. Just leave it right there and get you.
Yeah, I be wanting all that smoke. I want all that smoke from them trolls. You know? I love it.
And you know, I just love the way you put it down. Let us all, in an orderly manner, just allow each other to flow. We have all the time in the world. You know, we said this wouldn't be.
Yeah, we got to
long,
start
but
conducting
I
ourselves
have to put the
accordingly,
time
man.
in
This
with
is called
one.
rules of engagement.
That's right. That's right. We have two callers. I'm too far away from the screen. I'm not going to squint. Remember, everybody, you can call in 888-575-3769. The lines are open right now. Call in and let's flow. What did you say, Holla? You ready for the BS?
We in the middle of a war, huh?
Talk to us. We got 3 new callers that came in. Talk to us. Don't all speak at once. Okay, let me make sure this thing is still connected. Because this has a funny way.
They might
Okay,
be
no,
cussing
no,
me
it's not
out. We
connected.
can't hear it.
Yeah, it's not connected. Hold on. We're connected, Brother Holla, but let me add that back in. I knew it was some funny business. Hold on tight, everybody. Hold on tight. We're going to connect this up right now. I got to watch this thing. Hold tight, everybody. We're connecting in right now. Give me a few seconds. Okay, boom. Here we go.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Lines are connected. Everybody, introduce yourselves.
There
In the chat room, let's get a roll call. Let's see where everybody is from, even though most of us know where we are, just for the sake of the replay. So the lines are open. If there's any sound issues, please let me know. And oh yeah, Real Spoken Poetry 50. She is here.
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, I am so glad you're here.
Hello, Real Spoken.
Hello, Queen. How are you? How are you, Queen?
I'm good.
Good.
And I have to say, ain't nothing ordinary about her.
On the line.
Exceptional.
Hey, ordinary you, what's up?
What's up?
Yeah,
What's
Brother
up,
Holla was
Brother
beating us, wasn't he?
Holla?
Holla was letting us having it.
Nah, listen, it's out of love. I swear it's out of
already
love.
know I got some. Yeah, it's all out of love. But you know what I'm saying? I mean, we have our different opinions, and you know, Brother Holla was just stating some statistics as well as, you know, what could be taken as an opinion. But it's all in love. even when we agree to disagree, it's all in love.
Oh,
You know what I mean?
absolutely.
But yeah,
But
I heard major problems that I had. You know me, brother Holla. You know me, brother Lance. Y'all know. You know what I mean?
well,
But,
see, here's the thing. I need you to understand, sister. This is not directed at any one particular person. I always say this.
I know. I don't take it personally.
Oh,
I
Holla,
really don't.
you got a friend
but
over
at
here.
the same token, I just want to highlight certain things that I myself see on a day-to-day basis that could probably tie into what you were talking about. But,
yes, ma'am.
Okay. Me as a sister, I love my black man. I'm not gonna mess with nobody else other than my black man. You understand what I'm saying? As we speak currently, I'm waiting on the right black man to come my way. You understand what I'm saying? I'm patiently waiting. I'm not looking. You know what I'm saying? And I'm very comfortable and confident within that. But at the same token, I'm tired of what I see out here. Okay? Because yes, you know, Jim Crow and all of that had, you know, tied into, you know, the dynamic that we are all plagued with at this point in time. But at the same token, when do we rise? When do we stop blaming Jim Crowism and whatnot? Yes, it's there. It's a fact. It happened. It's still ingrained. You understand? But at a certain point, a person has to awaken themselves and say, you know what? Just because this is the way things were done before me, or this is how some of my ancestors may have done things, I choose to do different.
Right.
Okay? So
can I answer that for you?
That hold on, because it was rhetorical. It didn't really, you know, you can answer it in a minute, but I wasn't really looking for an answer. But at the same token, yes, I do agree that women need to, you know, keep their legs closed and wait on the right man, and we don't need to be procreating so soon, so fast, and we need to give ourselves a chance to know each other and things of that nature and build something proper before we start just rushing into relationships, playing house, having kids.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
I do agree with all of that. But at the same token, let me tell you something. Just 3 weeks ago, I was on my job. Brother gonna holler at me. So, we exchanged numbers. 2 days later, brother's calling me on FaceTime, butt-ass naked, looking like he's 20 years pregnant, and you can't even see what he's trying to show me because the belly is blocking it. But
what did I say earlier, though, sister?
Hold on. This is a 47-year-old man. Okay? That's what's getting me. You got 23, 25-year-old brothers who are respectful and dignified. Okay?
Right.
You got brothers like Brother Lance and yourself who provide for their families and provide for their households and provide for their wives. There is no excuse. I'm tired of hearing, I can't get a job because, you know, the feminism movement and the black woman this and the black woman that. I'm tired of hearing it because if I'm willing to go out there and work 16, 18 hours, you doggone well better be. And you got hands. You got muscles. And the mind is a muscle. Hello, the brain is a muscle. Put all of them muscles to use. Okay?
I agree.
Sometimes we're responsible for our own demise, man.
I agree, but can I respond to that? Here's the twist, though. Let me respond to her real quick, brother.
Yeah, we hear you, Kamisi, brother. Just let's flow nicely.
Let me say this again, sister. Today, the black man is not on the chopping block today. We know black men is fucked up. I said to you earlier, this is what you got to do. Understand, we both are victims of this social engineering, not only economically, not only physically, spiritually, mentally, the psychology. A lot of these niggas just do stupid shit. I agree with you. Here's the problem. I am not arguing with you about that. It is a lot of fucked up dudes out here. But the problem I have here is that when these conversations happen, it gets turned back to the man. This has been going on. This platform for beating down. No. Let me finish. Let me finish. Not anymore. You miss everything I put on the table. You're right.
I ain't missing, bro.
You're right. He's supposed to be the head of the household. That situation was affected, is what I'm saying. I guess the point is this. If you trying to get rid of a weed, you can keep chopping that bitch at the top, and it's going to grow back. And you can keep chopping that bitch at the top, and it can grow back. In order for you to get rid of the weed, you got to get to the root. We can keep blaming black men, and that's my point. But today, the show is about black women and her accountability. We're going to stop beating down the black man. The black man know he fucked up. And all the way across the board,
well, let me
a bunch of them locked up.
Holla.
I'm sorry that nigga did that stupid shit. I'm sorry.
You ain't got to be sorry. You know why? You ain't got to be sorry.
I'm sorry you got to go through that.
Why you ain't got to be sorry?
Why?
No. You know why I'm gonna tell you why you ain't gotta be sorry, brother?
Why?
Let me tell you something. That was just a quick exit for me. Okay? That was all I needed to see for me to hit the road, Jack. Okay?
As you should. Absolutely.
Exactly. So I'm not even sorry. Like, he should be sorry because he's a sorry individual. You understand?
You gotta look beyond the ignorance.
As for that,
you gotta look beyond the ignorance. You gotta see what's motivating. You gotta realize
focusing on me and what I gotta do for me to be even concerned with the ignorance. You understand what I'm saying? I'm trying to figure out how to build my empire and do what I gotta do for me. So
there you go.
It's a shame. It's a shame because he has a daughter and he's a father to a daughter who will one day.
And he's gonna be mad when a nigga do that to his daughter.
And you already know.
Exactly.
But he is a father to a daughter who will one day be a woman and be in the same position as many other women and have to encounter these things. And that I always say this. God gives men who are dogs daughters to teach them a lesson. I always say this. You know what I'm saying? Not saying that just because you're a man. There are some great men who have daughters who are great fathers in the whole nine. But he especially blesses men who are dogs with daughters. Because you're going to feel that back, okay? You're going to feel that back. You understand what I'm saying? So my whole thing about it is, since we talking about the black woman and her accountability today, everything ties into each other, right?
Right.
So the black woman and her accountability, see, none of us came into this world born all-knowing and all-seeing, okay? So the black woman and her accountability is messed up because, again, you have fathers who did not properly father her.
Good point.
Okay? Those fathers are supposed to be there to teach their daughters how to be loved and how to love.
Edgy says
so
you're all stupid.
Father,
Hey, whoever that nut ass troll is, go ahead, boy. You don't want no smoke with me.
I got him. I had the cursor on the X. I was waiting
don't
for
want
him.
none with me.
Go ahead, sister.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So those fathers are supposed to be there, okay, to teach their daughters how to love and how to be loved. And so when those fathers are lacking in teaching their daughters these necessary life lessons and tools from a baby on up, she grows up not knowing, therefore making mistakes, okay? So, yes, the black woman does need to. Let me tell you something, and I wanted to say this while you was talking, and this is key. The other day I was driving. I forget where I was going because I be going so many different places. I don't even know. But I'm driving, and I happened to pass by. I think I might have been in Queens, and I happened to pass by the whatever you call it, the prison system, the jail, whatever.
On Hazen Street.
And I almost wanted to cry.
Go ahead.
Huh?
Look, on Hazen Street, right? The street that goes over the bridge by Rikers Island?
I think so. Like
it's a
somewhere
bridge.
near there.
Yeah. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Right? And I promise you, I wanted to cry as I was driving, trying to keep myself from shedding tears because I know that I can't drive while my eyes are all watered up, right? And be safe at the same time.
Fuck
so
niggas.
I purposefully held back the tears. But what I saw that made me want to cry so bad was all these black girls. I looked at each and every one of them girls. It was like 10 of them. All these black girls were sitting there lined up, waiting to go see men. And I thought to myself, wow, some of them going to go see their fathers. Some of them going to go see their boyfriends. But I don't see not one white chick there. I ain't even see a Puerto Rican chick there. I ain't see no Asian chick there. I ain't see no Indian chicks there. All I saw was black young girls.
Right.
Taking up time out of their day, sitting on a bench, waiting to go see whoever. And you see the white officers in their, uniforms and whatnot, the COs and stuff. And it's like, damn, this is a sad-ass picture, man.
This is what we come to. Exactly.
So, yeah, us black women need to be accountable, and we need to step up, and we need to, not blame people for mistakes that we've made. We also need to learn from our mistakes.
I'm just glad to hear you say that, sister. Just to hear that come out your mouth.
I'm gonna be real about it. We also need to learn from our mistakes. You get in a relationship, you realize, okay, in this relationship, maybe I rushed things too fast in the beginning. Maybe I talked too much. Maybe I did kind of talk down to him. Maybe I forgave too much. See, because that's a problem too.
Right.
Let him get away with too much now. Okay? You always, there has to be a balance in this ecosystem.
We got to make each other accountable. Like, men got to check each other. You got to check your sisters, too. You know what I'm saying? Dude, you know what I'm saying? We got to check other dudes like, yo, don't do her like that. Like, niggas get mad. I have personally told niggas, like, yo, don't do that, dog. Like, you making it fucked up for the next dude who really wants to be good to her, but now you have damaged her. You ain't got good intentions. Leave her alone. But y'all got to do the same thing to each other. You know what I'm saying? You got to check shit like, yo, don't just mess with that dude because you want his money. Don't keep having babies. Like, y'all got to take each other and make each other accountable for the things that we doing because we all contributing to this situation that's creating an even worse situation. That this is what's breaking our communities up. See, we be on that. Can't nobody judge me but God. God ain't judging nobody. Ain't nobody getting judged out this bitch.
I got some plans to reach sisters, especially young sisters coming up on a bigger platform.
Right.
But I try to do what I can within my day. You know what I'm saying? As I'm passing through in my day, I meet a sister. I throw some knowledge her way. I throw a gem or two her way. But at the same token, again, I'm too focused on bettering me because ain't none of us walking around here perfect. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So I'm trying to be the best version of me I can be.
We the village, though. That's the whole twist. The twist is this, right? Since we don't have no checks and balances and everybody is individualized, this is where it go wrong. So a lot of people be like, well, I know a lot of sisters be like, well, that ain't me. Cool. If you in the 1 percentile of the women that ain't what I was talking about, people got work to do.
Yeah.
You dig? Because all they doing is making shit worse for everybody else.
That's what I wanted to touch on, too. That's what I wanted to touch on, too. I'm a woman who makes my own money proudly, and I wear it like a badge of honor. I don't give a damn. Let me tell you something. I've been in the fucked up, destitute position, and I will never be there again. Not on account of me, not on account of no man, nah. I'm not ever going back there. I don't care what nobody say. You can call me a white man lover. You can call me whatever the hell you want. I love green, baby. I love my money. Okay? Because my money keep a roof over my head. My money keep food on my damn table. My money keep me riding comfortable. I don't give a damn. Anybody could call me whatever the hell they want. They about to obliterate me right now. I don't give a shit. Okay? Like, for real. I'm going to do what I got to do for me because I'm never going to be in that position again. After my son died, I was depressed for 3 years. No money coming in. Okay? And let me tell you, as much as black people talk all this, I love you, we there for one another, brother and sister, this, guess what? When I needed something, you think anybody was there for me? Hell no. So that was a quick lesson right then and there. Don't ever be in a point or a position where you put yourself at the disposal of somebody else. Where you need somebody else, because they're gonna let you down.
Divide, sister. We didn't used to be that way. This is what we've evolved to. I agree with you 100%.
That's what that lesson taught me. That's what that lesson taught me. I never put myself in a position. I'm trying to build myself to get to a point of wealth where I don't need anything. Where
let me ask you this question.
Provided for.
In the Willie Lynch letter, that's that independent minded that they spoke of.
Thank you. Exactly my point. When do we come to the table? That Willie Lynch letter is the independent mind state that you're talking about is where we're at. When do we come to the table and change that and say, yo, we can put these things behind us?
I don't know, but I know one thing. I can't be the savior of the world. I tried to do that. Oh, I love my black people, and I tried to do it. And guess what? When I fell on hard times, wasn't nobody there for me. So guess what? I will help those who I can. I will throw gems in directions where I can. Those that catch it, great. Those that don't, oh well. I can lead a horse to water, but I cannot make them drink.
That's a fact.
Okay?
That
At
is
some
definitely
point,
a fact.
self-accountability has to step in and say, you know what? I want a better life for myself. So I'm going to take these gems that come my way. I'm going to do this to better myself so that I can empower people around me. But at the same token, if I throw a gem somebody's way and they too within their feelings and within their own whatever that they literally can't get out of their own way, that is their problem, not mine. I am not Jesus. I ain't dying on no cross.
Hey, how y'all doing? This Najee. Hey, brother,
how you doing? What's up?
I'm glad.
How you doing?
What's up, man? You know what? I'm glad that you brought
Najee?
Islam. Hey, what's up? Hi, what's up, lady? I'm glad that you brought Islam in the equation because I think that we spend a lot of time beating up on Christianity and we never really touch Islam. So I'm glad you kind of like threw Islam in there too. But
it's all of them. It's all of them, brother.
Yeah, it's all of them. But the thing that I touch on this, the thing that I come across when I talk to ladies or women when we try to talk about what's going on as far as like the assault on the black community and also like the direct assault on black men, we speak as if this is past tense, as if that same intensity and that same attack isn't going on. See, I'm a blue-collar worker. So when I deliver to certain white collar, we'll consider white collar businesses, most of the men there walking around with their ass cheeks tucked in and they're very feminine. And a lot of sisters don't want to address that issue that, even when you deal with, there was a situation in Chicago when there was a temp agency and the employers was specifically saying, don't send me black people. So you know what I'm saying? So we can't keep ignoring the elephant in the room, to use a metaphor. You know what I mean? We speak of the assault like it just ended with slavery and Jim Crow, like it's still not going on. And that's my issue sometimes when I speak to sisters.
And I agree with you. That is definitely real.
Can I piggyback off of what was just said?
Go ahead, sister.
I have a good friend of mine. Me and her, we speak frequently. And the other day I was talking about, the woes of dating after 40. Because most of us who were born before a certain time are used to a certain way of dating, courting, whatever you want to call it. And y'all know, Brother Holla, Brother Lance, I'm speaking to you too. Y'all know personally that I just got out of a long-term relationship. So I haven't dated forever. Like forever. I feel like a dinosaur out here trying to date people, you know what I mean? So anyway, I'm sitting here talking to my homegirl, and she's telling me about something called pegging. I said, well, what's that? She said that's where guys are asking females to strap on a dildo and pleasure them anally. I said, what? I said, there's a name for that? She said, yeah, it's called pegging.
You almost made me spit up my chips.
What kind of shit is that?
Oh my God.
She said, and I quote, she's been approached with this at least 5 times within the last 3 years.
Oh my God.
By 3 black men and 2 Puerto Ricans.
Come
Y'all
on.
heard me?
Oh my God. Come on.
Black
I'm
men
listening.
And 2 Puerto Ricans. I said, well, what kind of shit is that? I said, girl, where the hell are you meeting these people? Because I promise you, I ain't ever met a man that ever asked me to ever do anything remotely nothing to his backside or whatever. You understand? Because I would be offended and walk the hell out to him wherever we at. Like,
there's an answer for that, sister.
But hold on. But then I'm like, where the hell are you meeting these people that are so comfortable like this? Because let me just say this as a sister. Dudes I know will punch you in your face for even insinuating something of the sort.
Right.
Oh, do you like ass play, or are you bisexual, or are you a in the closet type dude, or they will punch you in your face and knock your teeth out for even insinuating.
You're right.
So where the hell are you meeting these dudes that are just so comfortable and free with you that they don't even know you and they feel so comfortable to reveal that part of themselves? Like, get the hell out of here. Let me tell you something. This dating shit is getting whacker and whacker by the minute.
Let me respond to that, Queen. Let me respond to that. I want to make a point about all of that, the dating and everything.
All right.
Yeah.
Other people's culture has been put in our people. That ain't our culture. Our whole perspective on relationships, marriage, this is not what we do. First and foremost, I think what needs to be understood so that we can understand the difference between what our ancestors were doing prior to interacting with the instigators and what we have evolved to now. This whole dating shit, that ain't even what we're supposed to be doing, first and foremost, okay? Marriage, family, for African people of our original culture is business. This is about building kingdoms, legacies, dynasties. You understand what I'm saying? We get into relationships for the wrong reasons. We got the poverty teachings. We didn't get the real teachings, the real culture that our ancestors developed. They couldn't have been developing all of these wonderful things that they did if niggas was just dating and fucking each other all willy-nilly. This is not what was going on. It's evident. Look at the productivity then and the non-productivity now. We are in relationships and in marriage for the wrong reason. Family is business. See, white folks took our blueprint and they ran with it. This is why they build the way they build. This is why they marry into each other's family. It's business. This is the way they build dynasties. We not building dynasties. We get married for love. Love don't pay no damn bills. Love don't build no dynasties. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
We have been put together for the wrong reasons. Our culture has been completely taken from us, and we have been given the perverted culture of what they were. They turned us into what they were originally. They still are savage by nature, but they have refined themselves with our culture. They're using our culture against us. When you see, damn, why white people got everything, why they took our blueprint and ran with it, and they taught us the stupid shit. So when I hear you say, I'm looking for the right person, the only nigga you should be looking for is a nigga that's trying to build something. It cannot be emotional.
Yeah, that's what I meant. That's what I said.
It cannot be emotional.
Let me jump in here, y'all.
Hold 1 second. Let me just respond to that real quick. That's exactly what I said. I'm patiently waiting for the right person who wants to come into my life and build with me. I'm looking for a king because I'm a queen, and I know my queendom.
You better go find them. Stop waiting.
My throne. No. I'm not looking for him. I sit on my throne, and I'm very comfortable on my throne. And I'm very comfortable with the fit of my crown on my head. And
can I ask you a question real quick? How old are you, sister?
I need the kings to step up and be kings. 39.
Okay. How old are you?
I need kings to step up and be kings.
You said you're how old? You said you're how old? You're 39?
I'm 39, yeah.
How long you going to keep waiting? for real. I got to keep it all the way real with you.
Okay, Brother Holla, what do you suggest I do? Just go approach every dude?
No. But when I think, and especially in New York, I know there are some cultural situations where there is some builders out there that looking for builders. It's business. It's not emotional. It's business. Me and my queen, we are business. Besides the fact we do magic, that's a whole total different thing. That's for a whole nother show. But it's business. We are friends. We invest in each other. See, we got the whole wrong. We don't do these things by the legal definitions of these things. We got the poverty teaching. That's why we in poverty.
I get what you're saying. But that you can't just I dream a genie, click your heels together twice, and a man appear before you.
No.
I'm a sister who I work. I bring my behind home. I don't club. I don't party. I go to some events.
Magic.
But I don't go out of my way to force myself onto a brother or push myself in a brother's face. Because guess what? If you a king and you don't see a queen standing before you who you want to build with, why am I supposed to convince you of that?
Good point.
Very
That
good
goes
point.
that goes both
Okay.
ways, sister. Wait a minute.
Absolutely.
Oh God, you in this piece.
Is that my man
That goes
K?
both ways.
Kamisi.
K?
This is Kamisi Fox.
What's
Yeah,
up,
this
K?
is Kamisi Fox. And I'm in lockstep with you tonight, brother Holla.
What's up with you, brother? Yeah. I feel your energy, boy. What's up, man?
Yeah, I'm with you all the way, brother. You opened this show properly,
Didn't he?
man?
And I want to say, are we gonna? You open this show with black women being accountable because this is what you open it with, and I want to say, is it going to be so? Are black women going to be accountable? Because I want to hear from some more black women. Because I hear.
I wasn't gonna bring up the TV, yo. I figured you was gonna show up.
Okay.
Because every time, when we say for black women to be accountable, right? Be like, all right, yeah. All right, we're accountable. Yeah, but back to the men. No, it ain't gonna be like that.
Right. And that is, and you know where that's propagated at? That's propagated on the television.
I think
it's
both
propagated
parties
on
have to be
TV.
accountable. Well,
There's
both
a
parties
sister
have
on
to
the
be
line.
accountable. Right. I think, but this is spoken poetry. I think both parties have to be
What's that
accountable.
spoken poetry?
How you
Come
doing?
on with it.
Both parties.
How you
both parties
doing?
have to be. Both parties have to be responsible when it comes to a relationship, like you said.
Yes, ma'am.
A lot of people do. A lot of people do have this, I didn't have a daddy or I didn't have a mom or whatever. Me, myself, personally, my parents were married to the day he died, and all I saw was my dad open the door for my mother. He went to the door and opened the door for my mother. My mother was not allowed to answer the door when my father was home. He opened the door as a man in case someone was on the outside. So when I got married, I had the same type of spouse. But my spouse ended up being a cheater. And I left. But one thing I can say, my spouse was a wonderful, wonderful provider. This
So why you
right
leave
here
him?
didn't want for a damn thing. But he was a cheater, and I didn't marry him to be the side bitch. I didn't marry him to be the side chick. I didn't marry him to be the other chick. So I left. But I cannot say that I was not well taken care of. I lived in a wonderful home. 3 wonderful cars, a wonderful job. Together we made $200,000, but it didn't make him a man. And as I say again, as I put on the chat line, there's a damn difference between a grown male and a grown man.
Just because he cheats doesn't mean he ain't love him, sister.
Hey, can I?
Because guess what?
I know it's fucking your head up,
he could
but
love
listen.
me. Listen, no resentment, because I still love a black man. Yes, always gonna love a black man, and I say DVD black. But what I'm saying is, he didn't know how to love me because he wasn't taught by his father how to love a mother. His mother did not work. He told me in the marriage that his dad did not allow his mother to work. And I had to tell him that if you wanted an animal, if you wanted somebody you could control, you should have got a goddamn dog. Because I'm a woman. We're equal. We stand side by side and we work together to build this. Now, if your father could take care of your mother, then I could see her not working. But it was 10 children. Y'all were poor. Ain't no damn way in hell I'm going to let my kids go without and say, I'm not going to work. No, we both have to work. It's okay. And whatever that woman's job is, if she's working in the home and that's okay with the spouse, that's fine. But if you have to go out and y'all both have to hit the bricks to make it work, that's fine too.
That's it.
Yeah, I agree. In this economy, it has to.
I want to add this aspect to it. We talked about builders, and you say, I'm waiting on my king. Let me tell you, your king is not just to be a builder for a black. First of all, I'm going to say black manhood is illegal in America, all right? So for a black man to be a builder, in order for a black man to build without being interrupted and fucked with, a black man has to be a motherfucking conqueror. Hello?
Come on.
That's true, Brother Commission. And another thing, a black woman, we can help them to be self-employed so that they can build.
Hold up. Yeah, but let me finish. I just want to add these elements. because we talk about builders as if black men, as if this is a free society where black men can just build and nobody's fucking with us. The black men who have the characteristics that sisters want or should want, the black men who have that characteristic, those are the black men who are under duress. Those are the ones who are attacked by the system in different ways so that we can't have stable footing underneath us. So we have to be independent-minded as well. You know, we have to be to the point where I got to focus on myself and I ain't got time to be hollering at y'all and playing these games.
Talk
you know
about
what
it.
I'm saying?
Talk about it.
I got to struggle to maintain myself because this society doesn't want my both feet up under me
Talk
so that I
about it.
can be attracted to a sister. We
And
got
that's
to
true,
be
Brother
independent
Kamisi.
too. And people talking about getting a job. And I'm a couple of things I want to talk about. Dating ain't worth a damn. I ain't never gave a damn about no motherfucking date.
Come on.
That don't mean shit. Just
Come
because I
on.
can take you to some fucking restaurant or some fancy fucker, that don't mean a damn thing to me.
Excuse me.
Fuck a
But
date.
Brother Kamisi, the whole purpose in dating, Brother Kamisi, the whole purpose in dating is for marriage.
Let me finish. Let me finish. The date, you want to go on the place to go to on a date, I go on a date with you to the laundromat. Do stuff that we gonna be doing when we living together.
I just want to
You know
clarify, because I think you got the wrong perception from when I said dating.
No,
When
wait a
I
minute.
said
Don't
dating,
shoot me
I
down
don't
before I finish.
necessarily mean.
Don't
Don't
take it
somebody
personal.
whining and dining somebody. I
I'm
mean
not
talking about
getting
you.
to know each other.
Sister.
Okay.
Oh, can I say something real quick? People,
I just want to clarify.
I know. Listen.
Dating doesn't necessarily have to mean.
Right.
It doesn't have to necessarily mean whining and dining. It means
We on the same
you
page.
can date
We
one
on the-
person and be
Sir.
getting to know that person.
We
All
on
right,
the
can I
same
say
page.
something, Mr. Hey, Kamisi, real quick. I'm gonna let you talk.
I'm gonna get this shit out. I'm always getting stepped on, and I allow it too much. No,
I know, brother.
We on the same page.
I love it. Passion. I love it.
We on the same page about getting to know each other. But this ain't the. You know, we can get to. I can go to. We can go to either neutral ground or we can go to either one another's place and we can cook and make some food for ourselves. You know,
Ain't nobody coming over
we
here.
can the world by ourselves. It doesn't. It
Ain't nobody coming over here.
All right, can I say something real quick?
Hey,
all right, I want to say something real quick.
Hold up. Wait a minute.
Go ahead.
Fellow mode for a second. All right, I said or. I said either or.
I heard what you said.
Place. Huh?
Yeah, I like the neutral place better. I like the neutral place better. Ain't nobody coming over here, and I ain't going to nobody's house.
Okay, that's what sister, you on battle mode. That's what I said. I said one of the three.
I said I agree with you. I like the neutral, the idea of a neutral place much more than I can accept visiting one another.
Yeah.
Cool.
That's right. And then you said we get to know one another. We ain't got to be in no fancy restaurant sitting across the table, each other playing
Exactly.
this game.
I totally agree with you. But I also feel like when a man wants to know a woman, he will invest in her. Mm-hmm.
And then
all right, but check this out. Hey, Kamisi.
We have to establish that we're in a war. I can't build with my eyes to establish if a sister can't see that we are at war, then there's already a misunderstanding as far as I'm concerned. Because if you think we're anything other than a war, and the characteristics that make me attractive to you, not just attractive, to make me a good man for you, and the characteristics that make you a good woman for me, those are the things that this society attacks. If you can't see that, then we already on the wrong foot.
Good point. Good point.
Go ahead.
I want to say something real quick. I just want to say something real quick for the purpose of replay. Listen, because I want people to be able to get something out of this. Let's not scream over each other because it sounds crazy. I want people to hear this later and be able to get some enlightenment out of this.
Yes.
You can't get enlightenment when we screaming and talking over each other.
Thank you.
Both got great points.
Yes.
Just got to hear each other out. Just hear him out, and then you can respond. I think this is one of the big problems, too, when we get to the table, is so much passion. And that passion is real. But I think what needs to be understood is that, sister, brothers, but I'm really talking about sisters because, again, brothers ain't on trial tonight. This show ain't about brothers. This is about the sisters. I think there is a dogmatic nature that needs to be contained. I get it. Sisters are hurt. I come from a family, I had two parents. One parent dogged out the other. My whole life, all I saw was my father dog my mother out, yell and scream at her. They argue day in and day out. For the first 10, 15 years of my life, all I seen was this man make my mother cry. You know what I'm saying? And she's got a lot of hurt inside of her. And I know it's a lot of women just like that. I can hear this in the conversations. But my point about pointing out the instigator is the reason for these hurts. We're looking at the surface and not looking at the root. The root is there is an instigator that wanted y'all to be like this. That wanted y'all to go back and forth. Yo, this isn't the whole purpose for this show.
I want to get this.
Go ahead, brother.
I want to throw this out here. But this ain't getting set up. Black men are hurting too. Shit, the word hurt ain't something that just ain't monopolized by just women. I'm hurt too. I'm letting that be known. I'm hurt too. Black women hurt me. All right, we hurt too. Black men are hurt too. We just as pissed as you are. All right? Well, we have to deal with a bunch of fucked up attitudes that we don't deserve. Trying to be, and when we try to do the so-called right things, and we get all this shitty attitude from women. This is what Brother Holla is talking about, some accountability tonight for a bunch of fucked up attitudes that we don't necessarily deserve. I'm not that nigga that whoever you talk about, I'm not that nigga that wants to strap on the dildo. I'm not that nigga. I'll leave you the fuck alone before I do all that stuff. Before I do anything negative to you. And for the most part, I do. And then I'm the dude that receives a bunch of shitty looks from y'all from the jump street, and you don't even fucking know me.
There it is. And it's an answer for that. It's a reason. And it goes back to that TV, the media. When I said about social engineering, I said by the government, by media, and private groups. There has been an enablement going on. They use a platform. I look at the talk shows. It's men versus women. Men are from Mars, women are from Venus. Men are this, men are that. Men are dogs, men are dogs. And they drew and pulled our women into it. But there's never been no accountability. This is where that metaphor comes back about when you spare the rod, you spoil the child. Not just literally, but the metaphor of when there is no accountability. You don't know that you're wrong. You feel justified. There are people outside of our race who are instigating this to fuel this anger, to fuel this war between the two of us. Keep bashing the male because the threat is the black man. This is what has been forgotten. See, the focus is on the victimization of the women. I had to take care of these kids by myself. The man treat me like shit. Yes, But this is all a part of this social engineering. This is what needs to be understood. If we don't get past this anger, if we don't get past the dogmatic attitudes, we will always keep recycling this same bullshit. And our children are watching. And what's going to end up happening is, like I said earlier, you're going to have young men growing up not wanting to be men. You're going to have young women growing up not wanting to be with a man. And listen, we gotta be the ones right now to change that shit. Get out your feelings. What I'm saying.
For this gayness.
Can I piggyback off of what you just said?
We gotta get out our feelings.
What you just said, real quick.
Yes, ma'am.
Can I piggyback?
You do.
Okay.
Right.
Now, remember just about 15 minutes ago, you asked me how long am I willing to wait. Remember that question?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm going to tell you how long I'm willing to wait. First of all, I'm willing to wait for key reasons. Number one, because when I say I'm building myself and I'm working on me, I'm working on me so when that king does come into my life, I'm ready to receive him. And I'm not bitter by the things that I've experienced or the things that I've seen. Okay? So I can receive him on a better level. Okay?
Right.
Because
you might be on the phone with him. Maybe you and Kamisi need to go out on a date. Maybe y'all need to meet up. Maybe we need to arrange a date. He sounds like a strong brother, and I'm usually a good person of perception. If I'm not wrong, Kamisi, you about what? 6'2", 6'3"?
I guess.
Big husky black man. Yeah. Yeah.
Just make sure when y'all get together, don't walk to the TV section through Walmart.
I know that.
What happened? What you say, Brother Bland? You sound so low right now. What'd you say?
I know. I said when you I can push it up a second, but I said if you all get together, make sure that you don't walk through the TV section of Walmart, and make sure that you don't have friends that have lots of TVs and run out to the store for a second and leave them in there with the TVs. They'll be smashed.
Yeah, he's the poster child for anti-television.
That's right.
Can't have no television. Don't take Kamisi around no TV.
Kamisi gets a check from Sony, Toshiba, Mitsubishi, all of them. Listen, don't smash our TVs. We'll pay you. Go ahead. For real.
No, but I'm just saying, like
I can watch movies. Just understand, I'm gonna talk through the whole movie because I'm gonna be pointing out.
No, like my whole thing is like.
Brother, this Najee. Can I say one thing too?
Brother Najee.
Hold on one second, Najee. Let me just wrap up my point real quick, please, and then I give you the floor. I'm trying to build on myself. You understand? And I think I've been doing that, you know, and I've been doing great strides to do that. So I feel confident with where I'm at with that, you know. But I feel like a woman needs to wait as long as it takes, because while you're waiting, you're also working on yourself and building yourself. So when that king does come along, you're ready for each other.
You and Kamisi
right?
should exchange
because
phone
if
numbers.
that king comes along and you not ready, then it ain't gonna work anyway.
You and Kamisi should exchange phone numbers. That's a strong black man over there. That's what you need, a soldier that's going to protect you and smash the TV, keep you from being poisoned.
For real.
Trap. Y'all should exchange numbers. Real trap. Meet up.
This is the first time I ever talked about myself. I really didn't think I'll do another show. That's another show.
Hey, Najee, go ahead. What's up, brother?
Hey, can I? Hey, yeah, this Najee. I just wanted to get in something too, like the basically on that topic. The sister said something about riding by the prisons and seeing a bunch of sisters lined up. But again, I mean, we got to talk about accountability. because I grew up in an era of even though the brothers was out there committing crimes and getting locked up, a lot of sisters was benefiting off of that. You understand what I'm saying? I know sisters who basically hustlers paid their way through college, and once them guys got a whole bunch of time, they turned their back on them. You understand?
Well, I thought about that too. I thought about that too.
So just as much.
I thought about that as I was driving by, looking at those young sisters. I said, those sisters are probably being loyal to those guys because those guys were there for them at a point in time, and now he's locked up, and they not gonna just leave him to the wind. So I thought about that too, but it's still a bad situation.
No, it is a bad
situation.
Yeah, it is a bad situation, but we still got sisters in the community that supports that behavior. You understand what I'm saying? At the same time, we want the brothers to get their act together, but we still got a segment. We got sisters that support that. You know what I mean? Like you said, you want to build. Like you said, you want to build. But you got a lot of sisters now that really don't want to build. They want their
or don't know, or don't even know that that's what should be being done.
Right.
Not necessarily that don't want to build, but they don't know how to build or how to even.
It's because of that radio and that TV.
No, but this is kind of like, but this falls back into that whole thing that we're talking about when a brother was like, listen, brothers out here hurting too. You know what I'm saying? Because the whole narrative is always pushed that, I'm black and I'm also a woman and I'm suffering. There is no benefit for being a black male in this society. And I think that's what gets lost. I think that's what gets lost. Because sisters think some way, somehow, just because they're pushing a narrative that there's 10 to 1 man. Okay, I'm 39 just like you, and I'm still single. It's not easy being out here dating sisters, because now we're dealing in a situation where if you're a blue collar worker and a sister has a degree, somehow they come with this energy that they're smarter, or you know what I'm saying, or like I meet sisters who look into my life and want to tell me, well, you know what, maybe you should do this, or maybe you should do that, or maybe you're not doing enough. You get that kind of energy, and it's so there has to be accountability. And again, like I said, there's enough blame to go around, but again, we're basically talking about the sisters. And what sisters have to understand, that there is no benefit in this society being black.
Well, let me just say this. The woman is there to be the helpmate of the man. So, you have a lot of arrogance in sisters who have degrees and, a lot of judgmental things going on. I personally have a degree, but I'm never that way. You know what I'm saying? I'm never that way. I mean, my ex, he dropped out of college and he wears it like a badge of honor. He don't care. You know what I'm saying? And I always thought that even though I, finished school and stuff like that, I always found the genius in him. I used to tell him, you are such a genius. Like, you know what I mean? Because you don't have to finish college to be genius and intellectual and thrive on an intellectual level. You don't have to, you know what I'm saying? That's society's doctrine that they throw on us. If you finish school, especially if you graduate cum laude, whatever, you're supposed to be this and that and that. But you could graduate school and be just as dumb as a damn doorknob. You understand what I'm saying? That means nothing. At the end of the day, sometimes brothers have to understand also that when a woman says, maybe you should try this, or, you have a knack for this, or you're really good with this, or you're talented with this, or, maybe you're really good with your hands. Have you ever thought about starting what do you call that? What do you call that business when you like an upholstery business or a woodworking business or whatever? Maybe that sister's just trying to motivate you because she sees potential in you to another level where, you know, financially you can maximize your potential. So
good point.
To me, it's not what you do, it's how you do it. You know what I'm saying?
You're a rarity.
Encouraging one another.
And this society, they do a lot of typecasting also. Because throughout my life, I've had people want to put black men in one of two categories. We either Pookie or Poindexter. Kamisi Fox is neither one. You know,
that's the truth.
I'm not no thugged out nigga, but I'm not no weak motherfucker either. You know what I'm saying? I'm not. And I got this. I read. I know things, right?
Exactly.
You know,
but it also starts, Brother Kamisi Fox. It also starts with affirmation that children receive from their parents. You know, I give my children affirmation. So when they out here in the streets, I don't give a damn what somebody says who they are. They answer to who the Creator made them to be. So it doesn't matter. You give your children affirmation, and it starts at home.
That's
so
right.
Your kids don't have to be out here and feel.
I can say right off the bat, black children don't get no damn, hardly any positive reinforcement about themselves.
But Brother Fox,
that's some black children. Because I give my son. Hold
up. One at a time, please.
1 second. I've been real quiet. This
Go ahead,
spoken
sister.
poetry. I've been real quiet.
Right.
Go ahead, sister.
Right. She was.
I have 5 grown children, and I have 2 grown sons, and I have a grown son who is a father to a daughter, who is a good father. His father wasn't in his life. Of course, I could not teach him how to be a man because I'm not a man, but I could only teach him how a woman is supposed to be treated by how he saw my husband treat me. So therefore, even though later on down the line it was bad, but my kids were of age when my marriage broke up. They were damn near grown. So, you know, they still got the benefit of a lot of the good parts of it, but still and yet, I gave my children affirmation at home. It started in the home. I tell my children all the time, even when they're grown, I'm proud of them. I'm glad you're doing good. I'm glad you're better than me. Be a better parent than I could ever be. And you have to talk and communicate with your children.
I commend you for that, sister.
That's true, sister.
There's a whole lot of black children. And this isn't going against what you're saying, but I'm going to point out there's a whole lot of black children that don't get any positive affirmation from anybody.
And you're right. You're right. And I know I ran a daycare for years, and I understand, brother, what you're saying. It's sad. But I'm one of the parents who give my children affirmation. I talk with my children even now as an adult. We call each other. We talk to each other. We hug each other. I never hang up the phone without telling my children I love them. We never leave each other's presence without a hug saying, hey, I love you, man. You know what I'm saying? Because that's what I teach my children.
That's
but this is why it's been said that we shouldn't judge the condition of our people by our personal condition. Yeah, that's happening there, but there's too many. I'm looking at inner city kids. I worked in the. Now I got to give away some more of myself. I worked at the Gallery, which is a place down here in Washington D.C. It's a national gallery. I worked at the place where people come in. You see students come in from all over. Some inner city kids might come in. Some kids may come in from other parts of the country. But I see black kids, when they walking through the place, they walk through. When you see a group of young white boys or young white girls, let's just take young white boys. You might see a school or some class situation where you see young white boys walk through. They walk through like they the future owners of the place. You see young black boys walk through.
No, they don't. You're just a stupid fucking nigga.
As if they wait for somebody to say something to them. You can't, they walk through with no confidence, and I know where it's coming from. I know exactly what it is, and I'm telling you, black manhood is illegal in America, and we are under that strength the characteristics that you want in a man, those things are under attack in the public food
You're
system
right.
before you even get
And
to
you
meet
are
them.
right.
Yeah.
Those are butt breaking.
But you know what, brother?
Mm-hmm.
You know what, brother Kamichi? I was just listening to something. This ordinary you. I don't know if you like know the difference between everybody's voice, but I was just actually listening to something where it was saying how when I guess Chinese or Asian people, there's no word in the Chinese language for chaos or disappointment. But there's a word for opportunity, right? So when they go different places, they don't look for jobs, right? They don't migrate and look for jobs. They migrate and look for opportunity and to establish businesses. So I believe it's a matter of perception. What we have to do is teach ourselves and teach our children how to look for opportunity and how to establish businesses. Because we always, we raise our children up and we, get a good education, get a job, and this and that. And that's where we going wrong. Because like you said, when those white kids walk into the place, they walk into like future owners, right? We don't necessarily give
confidence in who we are. I'm sorry.
Exactly.
Before we can even get to that part, before we can even teach, we don't teach our children anything. In fact, so many people, we just beat up on our children.
But you know why? Because we don't have it ourselves.
A lot of parents.
You can't teach what you don't have.
It's a cycle. I know this black boy. I've ridden in the car with white people, right? And then a white family, and I noticed a white family when say there's a small boy. The small boy in the white family is encouraged to talk, to ask questions, to say, what is that there? He's encouraged. I've noticed with black people, when the black boy says something, where did you get that from? So-and-so, and it's just like he's not encouraged to think. There's a whole lot of psychological that goes on that ain't spoken about.
Right.
A lot of mothers, and I ain't just saying, I'm not just trying to beat up on black women, but I'm just saying a lot of mothers are, they attack they do the work for the slave master, like beat the manhood out of him. Don't let him be, if he shows any signs of strength, choke it out. A lot of this goes on.
So the kids grow up not wanting to be that. The boys grow up not wanting to be that. This is why they are feminizing them.
I personally,
you're right, Brother Holla. That's true.
And working. Yeah, you are right. I personally am working with my son on that as we speak, because I've always been, I've always had an entrepreneurial spirit. You understand? I've always wanted wealth and wanted to own my own and wanted to start a legacy, not just for me, but for those who come after me in my lineage. You understand what I'm saying? And I was trying to get my son to do certain things. Matter of fact, he just got a really good job recently, and I told him I'm proud of him and I love him, and I really am proud of him, And I was talking with him, and I discovered, I said, well, maybe from here on out, you could move towards this level and that level and stuff like that. And I realized that he himself had like certain, I guess you would call it self-doubts or whatever the case may be. And he was like, I don't know, Mom, that's a lot of responsibility. I don't necessarily want that much responsibility. And I said, you don't speak that into your life. You understand what I'm saying? Yes, you do want that responsibility. You just don't know it yet.
There's an answer for that.
Because our children, when they leave home and they go to these schools, they are taught, okay, especially these inner urban city schools. They are taught
buck-breaking
that
centers.
it's too much responsibility for them to own their own business.
Those are buck-breaking centers. Those schools are designed to break black men.
Exactly. They dream killers, you know?
Centers. Let me not fuck around with it.
Yeah.
They buck-breaking centers. They want to break us. And that's why Kamisi, that's why let me tell you, I'm not even supposed to be who I am. You ain't supposed to be. I'm not supposed to be somebody like I am today. That's why I'm in total rage, because they tried to break me. This whole society, everything about it, it's all a lie, and we're at fucking war. And this ain't gonna go down. This ain't gonna be pretty. We're not gonna be able to business our way out of it. We're not gonna be able to economic our way. We are in a motherfucking war.
Tell the truth,
well,
brother.
that's why I always emphasize and impose on my son the king that he is, okay, and the king who is going to reign and rule one day in the fashion that he will. And I always let him know, don't get
Can I ask you a
comfortable
question,
with
sister?
having a job. Go
Can I
ahead.
ask you a question, sister?
Go ahead.
Where's the uncles? His father, I don't know, because that's why he's having that self-doubt.
I'll tell you like
that
this.
balance isn't there.
I'll tell you. Let me answer your question real quick. I will
Okay.
tell you like this. I personally have I have two brothers. One whom I know, but he's in Atlanta, and he's not really close by. And so he tries to be the best uncle that he can be, but he so far, he just, it's just not feasible, okay? And the other brother is in Kansas somewhere, but I never knew him, okay? And as for my son's father, hold 1 second. As for my son's father, he never knew his father. So he never got a chance to meet his uncles from his father's side. So there hasn't been very much male influence in my son's lives because of that reason. And then I myself never had a great relationship with my father, but for the sake of my boys, I wanted him to be involved, because I wanted them to see a strong black man.
Right.
My father's an African man, so to me that was even better. Yeah, he might be cuckoo for Cocoa Puff, and he might have his ways, but here's a strong black man who owns his own home, and at 80 years old, he don't need nobody. So he must be doing something right, even though he's cuckoo for Cocoa Puff. You know what I'm saying?
How old is your son?
My father my son, he's going to be 22 on the 27th of this month. But my father never took an interest in wanting to be a father or a grandfather. He just don't care. He just, get some kids away from me. I don't want to be bothered.
Influence in this society, period. Black male influence is being curtailed in this society. And when you speak of black male influence, you can only speak of individuals. You can't speak of us.
Well, no, I'm only speaking of an individual. I'm not generalizing.
I'm not putting this on you, sister. I'm just making a general statement about the society.
Okay.
Because
one at a time, please.
It's just not there. It's not enough. This is why I say we need to smack. If I got, I would like to take a gun and shoot the damn screen out of these motherfucking TVs.
Come on.
Because this is part of the damn culture.
Hold on now. So I was having a conversation with my son yesterday, and I heard him say he calls my father by his first name. He doesn't even call him Mr. So and so or granddad or none of that. And he said we were having a conversation about my mom and her situation or whatever. And he said, I told grandma, if you don't get it together, I'm gonna disown you just like I disowned Frank, which is my father's name. Just like I disowned Frank. And I was like, whoa, like it hit me at that moment. Because my son has felt the lack of my father not wanting to be a grandfather to him. To the point he just said, I gave up on this man. This man don't want to be my grandfather. Fuck him. You see what I'm saying? So
I know that's on
I
an
don't know
individual
how to
level,
curtail that. I
and
don't
on
know
a
how to
collective
curtail
level.
that.
But see, I'm talking about on a collective level. I ain't even just talking about this father, this guy over here. I'm talking about on a collective level. Black men, our rites of passage don't begin until we join the military. We got to join the white man's organization to get any rites of passage training. Man, this is major. This is what develops nations. This is what develops your mating pool. And it can't be just done with just a few mentors here and there. No. White boys have total societal reinforcement of their manhood. Black men
before they even become grown. Exactly, before they even become grown. Yes, before they even become grown.
The 60s tried to develop it. The government went.
Well, white men have fathers who were there to teach them. White men have fathers who were there to teach them.
But it ain't just them. Even them, they have societal reinforcement. Don't fight me on this, sister. This is a fact.
I'm not fighting you. I'm actually, brother Kamichi, if you could just calm down and not see me as your enemy, you will understand that I'm agreeing with you, okay? But what I'm saying to you is that white men have fathers who are there, okay? Let me tell you something. I work with a bunch of. Hold on. Let me just finish my thought.
Now,
and then hold on. Y'all can attack me.
One at a time, y'all. One at a time. One at a time.
We go to
Wait a minute now.
This shit'll never get right.
All right, but we got to be understood when we talk. So let's just one at a time and relax and flow.
Hold on a second.
Yeah, let's relax. Let's not talk over top of each other. I want people to understand this.
I work with white men all the time, okay? And one thing I see is that most of those white men who I work with are third generation, fourth generation, got uncles in the business, godfathers in the business, fathers in the business. And right now, not even a week ago, I worked with a guy he has a 4-month-old baby. And he's already talking about, I'm taking my kid swimming. I'm taking my son swimming because I heard that kids can swim as early as, however early, he said, 3 months or 4 months old. So his son is 4 months old. He said he's taking his son swimming. So like you said, Brother Kamichi, white men have those reinforcements. They have their fathers. They have their uncles in their lives. Where we drop the ball is black men, and I'm not blaming black men, so y'all please don't even come at me with that. But we need more black men.
You ain't got to coddle me. Tell the truth and be done with it. I ain't got no problem with it.
We need more black men to step up and be in their sons' lives. And if you don't have, if you have sons, if you have nephews, and you see your sister is struggling raising your nephew, and she by herself, step in and be that uncle, because you're still a positive reinforcement in that young man's life. You understand what I'm saying?
Let me tell you something. Yeah, I understand totally what you're saying, but there's some groundwork that has to be done. White men are able to do what they do. You see them doing all this great stuff because they conquered shit. They had to conquer this land first. They got that foundation. They done all the killing that they need to do. They done all the murdering and the killing and the taking of land and resources and all that. Now they can do all of that great stuff. Us, good uncles like me, I'm still struggling with bills. I'm still struggling with jobs. I'm still struggling because the white man got a problem with my strong black ass. So you got to understand that. You don't know we ain't.
I understand.
There is a war that to be fought. Everything falls under the category of war. This is where I just think black folks just keep missing the point. Everything falls under the category of war.
And this is what we've been in.
No, it's not all right. Shit
yes,
ain't all right.
We have been at war.
We can't all just go be the Brady Bunch. We can't all just hook up and be the damn Brady Bunch. We got a water fight. We are
This is a
siege. And I'm going to, let me call out my wall of honor. Because the people that I honor, like my wall of honor in 1990, is speaking of making women accountable and stuff, a sister named Shahrazad Ali wrote this book called The Black Man's Guide to Understanding the Black Woman. I suggest everybody read that. It might even be old hat now because we slinging this stuff back and forth on the internet now.
Should we
I bought that tape. Yeah. Her name is being, they putting it up on YouTube. I got that stuff back in 1990 when it first came out. When she did the Black Man's Guide on tour. That's my wall of honor, Sister Shahrazad Ali. I honor that queen. My God.
Should we play that clip again, Hollow?
I honor Sister Soldier.
Yeah, we played the clip in the beginning. We played a clip for her in the beginning.
Should we play it again?
Play the clip again. Play it again, Lance.
All right. Everybody mute your phone while the clip is playing so we don't get any background noise. I'm going to hit it right now. Here we go. It's only 8 minutes long, but it'll fire us up some more.
Let me call out this wall of honor before you
All right.
do that.
After you're done, we're going to play the clip.
Soldier.
All right. Go ahead. Go ahead, Kamisi.
Oh, yeah, Sister Soldier. And when she came on deck, and she said, I don't take these statements lightly. She said, you can't declare war on the black man without declaring war on me. That's where my mating pool. When you talking about queens and shit like that, and mates, it starts with that understanding right there.
Mm-hmm. Come on.
Dr. Francis Cress Welsing.
Of course.
Come
Dr.
on.
Francis Cress Welsing. See, when the black woman, man, there's a lot of when the black woman is on it, she is on it. She solves this shit. Dr. Francis Cress Welsing. I don't even know where to start. I don't even know where to start. That sister broke it down and made it plain as to what it is. Fear of genetic annihilation. This is what we in. This is the situation. I advise everybody it should be required reading to read the ISIS papers. Just read it.
This Najee, before we close out, can I just say this? Because we talk about, and I think the thing that the brother was saying, because we keep saying that we need black fathers, and what he was saying about white children and their fathers, it ain't even. The structure is designed to the point where white masculinity is reinforced even without a father in the house.
Yep.
This is what we're talking about here. So it's not the fact that we need black fathers. It's the fact that let me tell you something. When I wasn't real serious about what was going on in white supremacy, I was real naive. So now every movie that you look at is reinforced with white supremacy. I was playing a video game. I was playing a video game the other day. I was playing a video game for PlayStation 4. It was called Shadow of Mordor. It's also it's connected to the Lord of the Rings series. And the white character, it was a white character who was a ranger, and they had ghouls and goblins. You know one of the names of the goblin that I picked up on. His name was King Shaka. So subconsciously, there was a white hero, and you have to basically also think that the ghouls represented the black people. That is
Hannibal Lecter, the
white
cannibal.
superiority.
The crazy cannibal Hannibal. How about the crazy cannibal named Hannibal? Oh, the example go on for days with movies.
Let's run that clip, y'all. We're not gonna end the show. We're not gonna end the show. Let's just run that clip.
I'm gonna close with this.
Yeah, go ahead. We're not gonna end the show. We just want to run the clip. Okay, so I'm gonna run it. Just mute your phones, everybody. So no, I just want to run the clip to fire us up even more. You know what I mean? That's all I want to do. Fire us up even more.
Roll that beautiful bean footage. Go ahead.
There you go. Mute your phones, y'all, so no background noise comes in. And for the time being, I'm gonna lock the conference so the trolls don't come with the foolishness. So let's run this 8-minute clip to fire us up more, and we have more viewers here that can see what we played at the beginning of the show. Here we go.
My position is that the black woman's disrespect and rebellion against the leadership and the authority of the black man is a direct cause of the breakdown in our black family structure. Now, of course, there are many black people who consider those fighting words because as black women, we have never been subject to the kind of examination that our men have been subject to since we have been here. We have been somewhat protected and shielded from any kind of critiquing about our personal behavior, whereas our men have always been up for examination. The book is not an attack on black women. I have never said that all black women do everything that I list in my book. None of us have lived long enough to do everything that I list in the book, but most of us do some of the things that I've listed in my book. And I do say that it is not because of generalizations that we are all victimized by some of the negative patterns of behavior in the book, but the book just represents our collective contribution. This is some of everything that we have done or that we do daily that contributes to the breakup of our relationship, the destruction of our man, and the failure of our children to be able to function. They did not tell us that all of that, being my own person and I'm independent, would lead to separation, loneliness, celibacy, and lesbianism. They didn't tell us that if you give up the man, you're going to take one of these things and it's worse and it will destroy your nation. They didn't give us that information. They made us think that it was some kind of glorified position to brag about the fact that I got my own job, my own credit card, my own car, so I don't need no man. I don't even know how we got that mixed up. Ain't none of that got nothing to do with being with no man. We have some serious relationship problems that nobody has been able to address us on because everybody wants to pretend that this is not going on. Over 60% of our women are single, widowed, separated, or divorced. They don't have a man. I just came out of Florida and they got a housing complex that the Urban League built, which is a black organization that is for women and children only. They say they don't allow any men in there. I didn't have time to deal with it, but I talked about them real bad. That's the silliest program I've ever heard of. You know them women that had men if they got a bunch of children. They need fathers. They need protection. We hear about the drug problem that we have in our projects across the country. It's one of the major places that we have a drug problem. We talk about the great strength that we have as black women. Well, the welfare department don't rent government apartments to single black men. Those apartments belong to black women who are allowing this to go on in their home. We have not looked at what part of the responsibility do we share. Yes, black men sell a lot of drugs, and a lot of us black women get the money from them drugs and buy some of these fancy clothes we wear. Drive around in some of these fancy cars. He is not doing these things alone and without support from us, whether they are good or bad. See, we have a lot of power. We are very strong women. I'm saying that we're using our strength in the wrong direction. We're using it to tear our man down, tear our nation down, instead of building it up. Having an education and a job does not necessarily mean you have a successful life. I keep telling black women that to raise a child, they say, well, I provided with food, clothing, and shelter. That's not raising a child. That's maintaining one. To raise a child, you need. We have sons who, by not having a father in the home, they don't know how to respect women. They take on the black female emotionalism. They become bitchy. They're doubtful. They're indecisive. They can't make a decision. They don't know what to do about being a man because we can't teach them that. We don't have that knowledge. We have daughters who grow up in a home where they don't see any affection, where there's no man there. They go out into the world and try to mate. They don't have no idea how to be no woman to no man, how to function in a house with a man, because they haven't seen it. Most of our children, just like us, get all the information we have about how you be with a mate off television. It's the only medium that shows us anybody being together. Those rules have not worked for us. The white woman's liberation movement, we don't have anything to do with that. We have not been under the control of the black man for over 500 years, so what do we have to get liberated from them from? They haven't been our boss. That's the white woman and her man. They're going through that, and that's their business. We don't have any business being in there. They only introduced it to break down the civil rights movement. Civil rights movement started with the black man, the black woman, and the black child standing together, trying to plead for freedom, justice, and equality, and more benefits in the country that they had built. They threw the white woman in there with the women's liberation movement and made it a woman against man thing. That created a big separation between black men and black women, because then everybody started going for self. Then they bring the welfare system in and tell us in order to feed and clothe and house our children, we have to give up our man. You have to put the man out of the house. When the white farm wife goes to the government for subsidy for the farm, they don't tell her to get rid of the farmer. They keep that family together. But in the black community, they make it a requirement, because they want to keep endorsing into the black community that the black man is no good, and that he is not deserving of respect, he is not deserving of us letting him give us any protection or instruction, and that we are better than them. The major responsibility that the black woman has had on the earth for the trillions of years that we have been here has been one of nutrition and birthing children. Those two things have a great deal to do with the survival of any people, the reproduction of the nation, and feeding them the proper food so that they can live. Those are very important jobs. Those are very powerful positions, because it puts us in a position to decide who's going to live or die, and how slow they're going to die by what we feed them. We have a very powerful position. That's not a small role that we play. We have just been taught to misrepresent and misuse that power. The people who we have been counting on to give us the truth about how to get along have failed. The white people don't know how to get along. They don't have that information themselves. They don't get along with nobody on earth. So they didn't have no information to impart to us about how we're supposed to get along. They change their relationship rules at will. We have, tons of black children around this country that I hear from who have grown up traumatized by the fact that they were referred to as the outside child. When we were having children like that, they called it illegitimate children, until the white woman started having them, and now it's single parenting. See, they changed the rules according to what they're doing. So I've called on our people to change them depending on what we want to do, what our needs are. There's another need that has not been addressed in our community, because nobody will deal with it, and that's one that God did not create three sexes. We only have men and women. Now, I have not said that we should reject the sisters who try and act like men and the men who try and act like women. I'm not saying to reject them from among us, but they need to be taught. We don't have to accept that as some kind of normalcy, because that's not normal. But because now the white people are practicing that, when we were doing it, we were punks and faggots. Now that they're doing it, now it's an alternative lifestyle. I'm trying to demonstrate how they have set rules that they have forced us to follow that they don't even follow themselves. They change the rules to suit them when they get ready. We can change them to suit us when we get ready, especially if we have what we have now, which is a failing system. It hasn't worked for us. We don't have to be ashamed that it hasn't worked for us. But we do have to be ashamed of the fact that we keep plodding behind it and not trying to make the corrections that will help our people to survive.
For those who came in late, that is a clip that we played earlier on in the beginning of the show. So on the replay, you'll see that again if you play it back again. And Brother HALLAH had me play that clip. In actuality, well, let me unlock the Trinity. I thought you were going to call in. Feel free to call in. The lines are unlocked. Trolls will be smashed. But HALLAH, I know you're there, and I want you to, let's respect HALLAH, because he was the one who called this show. And this was, and we're all family now. But when we get our turns, everybody else, I honor it. So go ahead and do what you do. And when you're done, let everybody else come on in.
I want to put something out there that I think women need to understand. After 1964, 65, Lyndon B. Johnson's Social Services Act, this was the initiator of this environment that we are in right now. This is what gave the black woman her what I label pseudo-independence. It was to add fuel to the fire of the psychological independence that had already been established from slavery. Now, there were different reports that had been written, particularly
Conference locked.
the guy, the Monahan report of 1965. That basically what he was trying to say was that there was this argument of saying that slavery had nothing to do with the division of the home, that there was just as much division in the home with white people as it was with black people. This is nonsense. This is all part of the social engineering. Like I said in the beginning about the definition of social engineering, it had everything to do with the social behaviors on a large scale being influenced by the government, media, and private groups. One of those private groups, it goes along with the government and the whole the Social Services Act or welfare. And I've had conversations with women in there say, well, it was men in the home, but it wasn't men in the home, and that men were allowed to be in the home. This was after a certain time, and yes, women snuck men in the household. They still do to this day. But it is encouraged that the black man not be there. This is the reason why this imbalance is there. What the brother Kamisi was saying is a fact. The target, I think what needs to be understood is that this is chess that they playing, and we playing checkers. We emotional, and we playing checkers, and we jumping over top of each other and trying to out-jump each other and king me, queen me, and not understanding that they are playing chess. Now, sisters ain't going like this, but I got to keep it all the way real. Y'all traded in your queenship to be a pawn. This was by design. They understood your vulnerability of survival. I got to be able to take care of these kids because this man cannot. I got to be able to feed my children because this man cannot. What was not being recognized is what the brother was saying about the marginalization. The fact that the same man who's helping you get this money is the same man who's preventing your man from being able to be that man, to be that one who can provide for his family. When you take his manhood away from him, you defeat him. You take away everything that makes him who he is innately. That is war. That is war. When you see that happen, that needs to be recognized. But what has happened is this. Number one, there has been by media the platform of being able to continuously demoralize, criminalize, the criminalization of the black man, the destruction of the black man's image. He's no good. He's bad. He's a dog. Black women have joined in with white women. Men ain't shit. Men ain't good for nothing. But the problem here is that these white women that you have joined in with, they go home to their husbands. They go home to their families. And you go home to nothing but you and your children by yourself. And now you are lonely, and you upset, and you're bitter, and you're angry. I'm not mad at y'all. I ain't upset at all. What I'm trying to explain to you is this is by design. You have been victimized. Yes, this is recognized, but I need you to understand, in all of that, your man has been victimized. He is a target There is something that a black woman could never understand about the livelihood of a black man. See, a black woman can leave out her door and she will not be the one that fit the description. She's not the one. She's being targeted now because we all out war now. So they doing it to any and everybody now. But that's because your man has been taken out of the position of the protector. He's been taken out of the position of authority. And because you have been unable to shit on that authority, say you don't need that authority. I don't need him for nothing. The only reason why you don't need him for nothing is because you are eating out your master's hand. You traded in your queenship, and now you are a pawn on the board. At the moment that he withdraws his hand from you, you can't say that no more. You will not be able to say that no more. See, we get this misconstrued about because you can touch a dollar, you can make some money, that you are independent. This system was not created for us. It ain't our system. This ain't our dollar. I think I said this before, Lance, about that whole black dollar shit and us trying to defeat these motherfuckers with their own money.
That's right.
That whole economic shit is some bullshit. It's not going to happen. They're not going to allow it to happen.
That's right.
I'll keep it on street terms. If somebody is running a block, ain't nobody going to let you just come up on there and take their block, run they shit, run them off of it. This is their block. They took it by war. This is what the brother was saying. They did the necessary killings, murders, and all types of fuckery that is still going on right now to ensure that they never give back the spoils of war. You see this in church. You go in church, you got an altar, they got that little crown with the cross in it, that little thing in there that people think it say in remembrance of. That's not what that shit means. It means with this symbol, we are victors, and they will not return their spoils of war. This was about a race of taking the natural resources away from the original inhabitants of the land and to ensure that they kept us broken. They had to divide the black man and the black woman. They had to put us against each other. They had to make sure that they kept the black woman riled up and mad because they understood emotionally she's vulnerable. You are emotional by nature. When I listen to you sisters, I hear the anger, the bitter, that I ain't going to do this and I ain't going to do that. Listen, I just want to put it out there again. When your white daddy removes his hand, half of y'all, most of y'all, a good 98.9% of y'all ain't going to kill nothing or let nothing die. And this is where the problem is. There has to be a moment where we say, I got to shake it off. I can't be mad at him. And we can't be mad at you. We got to recognize where this came from and kill it at the root. Or we just going to still be doing this bullshit. Our generations coming after us is still going to be doing this. As a matter of fact, if we don't stop, our generations are going to be completely perverted, just like the culture that those people came from. Period. So, I need y'all women to know this whole feminist thing, I'm independent and black, there ain't nothing independent about what y'all doing. See, the white folks let y'all do what y'all doing because they know you not going back to counteract the problem. If they thought you was going to take that money and come back and build your community up and build your men up, you wouldn't get none of that money. You wouldn't get shit. You be out here scrambling just like the rest of us. This is a game, and we playing it wrong. We going about it the wrong way. We still playing checkers, and they playing chess. And right now, they got us in check. Sisters, y'all got to let it go. Y'all got to get off the attitudes. You know what I'm saying? I seen the chat lines. They think I'm mad, I'm angry, I'm bitter. I ain't mad, I ain't bitter. I'm upset and I'm embarrassed. I'll state it again. I am upset and I am embarrassed at the state that we are in. For us to be the intelligent people that we are, we should not be in the position that we are in. Period. It's gotta stop. It's gotta stop. We can't do it individually. That was the whole purpose of divide and conquer. We divide them up. They ain't on the same frequency. Now we can beat them. See, what they recognized when they came over to Africa was that, these people all got their shit together, and the black man and the black woman stood next to each other. When you see them statues and you see the king, you see the black woman standing right next to him with her hand on his knee to show that unity, to show that solidarity, that whatever he do, I'm right there with him. So the brother Kamisi is right when he said, Sister Soldier said, you at war with him, you at war with me. That's the attitude y'all gonna have to take. Instead of having an attitude with us, you better have an attitude with your goddamn oppressor. You eating out his hand and you forgetting that you still a slave. You done forgot that you still a slave because you can go get a degree and get a job. You forgot that you still a slave because you can go to church and you can get a house and a car and drive around on the plantation all willy-nilly. You forgot that you are a slave. Y'all gotta cut that shit out. Get out your feelings. This ain't about feelings. These people ain't doing this shit about feelings. Them white folks you see running around here talking all crazy, those are considered the common folk. That's to keep all the bullshit going. But the niggas that's making the real chess moves, they ain't emotional. They playing chess. They strategically making moves. And we steadily bickering and arguing about the same stupid shit that neither one of us started. We didn't start this. We didn't create this. But we are continuing to perpetuate it. That bullshit y'all see on TV, all them talk shows that they build to keep enabling you to feel this way about your men, that shit is by design. That's that social engineering. The media, that's what they use. They use that to keep this going. It's gotta stop. It has to stop. The bickering and the arguing, sisters, that dogmatic attitude, it's gotta stop. Y'all not proving nothing to nobody. The only thing you proving, because I hear this all the time, well, you can't handle a strong black woman. That is not a sign of strength. That is a sign of weakness. You hurt. I understand it. I get it. But how long we gonna keep walking around here being hurt? How long we gonna keep on stewing in this shit? In these pity parties, playing the victim? It's gotta stop. Now is the time to link up. We got to come together like Voltron.
Oh, we gonna be bound to drizzle. I'm telling you now.
Yes, I know.
Yeah, I mean, Lance.
Yes, I'm right here with you, brother. I don't know. I was kind of half listening to you and speaking to Trinity Supreme Powers. I have her on my speakerphone through WhatsApp. WhatsApp wouldn't allow me to join in with the rest of the calls, with the calls here on the phone. And she's limited on her time to call in on the conference line. So what I'm doing, I have her here on the speakerphone. So I know everybody else here wants to chime in, but let me just give her a second or two, if you're ready, that she can chime in also, because I know she's probably still not going to be long. But I'm going to do it the old-fashioned way. I'm going to open the screen so folks can see that I kind of have it up here where she can talk. Let me know if in the chat room if you can hear her properly. Go ahead, Trinity.
Hello, testing 1, 2, 3.
Can you hear her?
Hey, sister.
Black again. Testing 1, 2, 3.
Sounds good to me.
I can hear you, Trinity. Hey.
Okay. Hello, everybody. I hope you're having
Apple
a wonderful
cider
night.
live. Yeah, and see, it's going to be a delay when you hear them on the computer if you have it up a little bit. So basically,
Okay.
you're kind of suspended, between the gap. So just talk your talk, and it's going to be a little difficult, but just go ahead. It's going to be a delay on the computer from what you hear.
Okay, I'll make this really quick for you guys.
No rush.
I was listening to everybody, and I agree with you all. I just have a different perspective, slightly. I think that I know that this is a podcast about women having accountability, and I do think that's necessary. However, if you look at our history as Black people, women have not been accountable to Black men since we landed on this land. We have been subjugated by white men. That's why we're not used to listening to Black men. We are used to listening. So when you come in as a new authority figure, you're going to have some pushback because we don't see you as authority figure. Now, this is my solution. I know a lot of Black men are probably not going to like it. It's going to make them very uncomfortable.
Speaking truth.
Black men, a lot of Black men hide abuse in the term discipline because they can't go and discipline the white men. They're taking discipline from the white men, so they transfer that energy to their women, and it comes off painful. So I think that if Black men were to understand that Black women are not, at this time, we're not designed to listen to you. We're not there yet. So for you to expect us to submit to your discipline, it's going to be a hard fight, and you're wasting your own time at this point. What I think Black men should do right now is love their women through their own pain and through their own subjugation from the same authority figure, which is the white man, that you're subjugated to. Right now, we're in the same boat. So for you to poke more holes in the boat, the sinking boat, it's not going to be really good because it's easy to walk away from abuse. That's why it's so easy for Black women to leave her man for better jobs or leave her man for better positioning in this society that we're in. So you're saying you're telling the woman to get in line, but you have to understand that you're dealing with a whole different wiring. You're trying to run a program that's designed for Mac on Android. It's not going to work. Not saying that you're wrong. You're definitely right. But you have to understand who you're dealing with.
I agree.
I think that
agree.
it's a better idea to
realize
what you're dealing with and love your Black woman through her pain, through her subligation. Because when she hears discipline, you're saying discipline, all she's hearing is abuse. Because most of us, me, were abused by black men and abused by white men. Used and abused by white men. Okay? Black men hasn't had the knowledge to use us in an appropriate way, other than pimping.
I agree.
The white man has used us in various ways and abused us. So we're getting abused on all sides. But now we're going toward, okay, well, we're going to get abused, but where do we have the better benefit?
For a second.
Okay, hold tight, Trinity. I just want to let everybody know that she's hearing your responses not in live time. She has a computer on over. She's calling from Italy, but it's a slight 15-second delay. So when you said that you wanted to cut in and she kept talking, it's not because she's ignoring you. It's because there is that delay that she's depending on. But I'm hearing you live time. It's all mixed up over here. But Trinity, just give another minute so they can respond, and then you can just come right back on in because I got you right here on the phone.
Okay. Well, I'm just going to say what I have to say, and then I'm going to go back to listening.
Okay, cool. Go ahead.
What I have to say is very short and quick.
Okay.
Now, I think that, okay, I want to tell my story about my love story. I was the same sister with the independent mindset, with the I don't need no man for nothing, and that's because I was eating from the white man's spoon. Yes. And we're all eating from the white man's spoon. Let's just keep it real. But I had that independent mindset because that's how we are hardwired to thinking. And we're not wrong for that. It's just how we were brought up. Okay, fine. You have to train yourself to get out of that. When I met my husband, I didn't know how angry I was. I didn't know how toxic I was to myself and to my community. I didn't realize that I had a snappy mouth and I didn't like to listen, and I'm just rebellious. Okay, just whatever, fine. But my husband, not by disciplining me, but by allowing me to be me and understanding me, I've changed in less than 1 year. I've changed from the hardwiring that I've known all my life. I've become more loving, and he's never had to raise his voice at me. He's never had to quote unquote discipline me. He just allowed me to be me, and he loves me. And it makes me, women, we are natural nurturers. So this is my idea. If you love your woman, and forget all that discipline stuff and that being cold on a female, forget all that. If you love her and you love her correctly, you love her long and you love her strong, I suspect that if you focus on the love now, you won't even have to discipline her later because she's going to fall in line. Mm-hmm. She's going to retrain her in her subconscious. She's going to retrain herself because, yeah, she's going to get on your nerve. She's probably going to curse you out or do some stupid shit. Fine. But after a while, she's going to start to see that, oh, wait, I'm being crazy. He's loving me and he's doing all this stuff for me, and then she's going to turn back to her natural state, which is being a nurturer and a teacher and listening to you. But you have to make the first step. You have to love her until she loves herself enough to love you. And if you can't love her in that way, then you need to find somebody you can love in that way, and let her find somebody who can love her. And this is not taking the responsibility away from her. But I'm just saying, if you understand the creature that you're dealing with, then maybe you will actually get some footway. We are natural lovers. We don't want to fight. We fight out of necessity, out of survival. We are natural lovers. We want to love our black men. You just have to teach us how to love you. And by teaching us, I mean showing us. Mm-hmm. And that's all. I agree. And I'll be listening in.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much, sister.
You know what?
Well said,
okay.
My sister. Well said.
All right, bye-bye.
Oh, man, real deal.
I want to say this, though. I want to say this, and she's right. She's 100% white, and she's lucky. And that man was putting that wood down on her. It's very obvious, and he was patient. But here's another perspective on that. Right now, we at war. I agree 100% with her. But at this state that we in right now, a whole lot of niggas is going to die trying to wait for that shit. My perspective, not even my perspective, the reason why I'm bringing it the way I'm bringing it is because right now, and the rules of engagement, when you are in a situation of war, you must change and adapt to your surroundings and your environment and conduct yourself accordingly. We're going to have to put our bullshit and our disagreements aside right now. We can get back to that loving. But right now, ain't nobody got time for that shit because niggas is getting killed out here. Our women are getting killed out here. Our men are getting killed out here. This is happening in real time. We seeing this shit going viral on a constant basis. Ain't nobody got time for the Dr. Phil shit. We gonna die waiting on. I'm telling you, I'm happy that the sister found a man and he putting that wood on her and he showed her some love. But right now, the war is on. Ain't nobody got time to wait for that shit. We dying out this job for real.
Okay, may I tag on real quick, brother? Holla.
That wood works though.
He said, this, hold on now, cause you fucking me up here. Because you said this is
That's what
about,
you need. You need that wood.
You
need a good man to put that wood there.
I need you to be quiet so you can hear why you're fucking me up right now.
I'll be back, y'all.
Okay?
I'll be back.
Because you said that this was based on the black woman's accountability. Okay?
Right.
And this sister just came on and said it way more eloquently than I would have ever fucking said it. So I give her her due and her props, okay?
Okay.
Let me tell you something. And let me explain something to you. Yes, we at war. We all know that. But guess what? You can't, what you're asking for sisters to do, okay, in terms of loving their black man and putting their hand on the black man's knee to show solidarity and all of this and all of that, that's because she loves him, okay? And that love has to be established. She ain't going to just automatically fall in line.
They went to war together, though.
I let you talk. I ain't say nothing. I let you talk. I ain't say nothing. All I'm asking for is the same little bit of length that I respectfully gave you. Okay? That has to be established. Yes, we're at war. But you can't produce the productivity that you're looking for from your queen with a war mentality.
Then you gonna die.
That's the war. Go
then
ahead,
you gonna
hold
die.
on,
then you gonna die.
You keep interrupting me, bro. You keep interrupting me.
Because you trying to make me see something that is not relevant to the times. You gonna die.
How many
you
times?
Gonna die.
How many times I said something? How many times did I say something and you tried to cut across me? And when you were speaking, I gave you the floor. Although I disagreed, I didn't cut across you, and nor did I say, because you saying I gave you the floor. If we don't learn how to listen to each other,
because I see where this is going,
if we don't learn how to listen to each other, we are all going to fucking die. That is the fact.
No. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
You know what? Say what you will. I will let you rock with your point. I will let you rock with your point and believe that and keep that. But all
I'm not disagreeing with you. That's my point. I'm not disagreeing with you.
You sound like you disagreeing.
No.
You sound like
Listen
you
to what I'm saying.
And you keep cutting me off. You keep cutting me off. And I'm
know
trying
what
to
the state
say
of
something,
emergency
but right now
is,
you
sister?
want me to stop to listen to what you're saying. That ain't right.
Do you know what a state of emergency
That ain't
is?
right.
Do you know what a state of emergency is? That's what I'm asking.
My point is on right now.
See, that's the
That
problem.
Is not what my
That's
point
why
is
niggas
on right
is dying.
now. You could tell me.
Okay.
Listen, you could tell me what a state of emergency is when I'm done.
Go ahead.
That's when I'll be willing to listen.
You right. Go ahead.
What I'm saying is, you cannot love your woman with hardcore gloves on, man. You can't. And expect positive results. You want the black woman to be more submissive to the black man and learn how to love the black man and tell her white oppressor, go fuck yourself and shit like that? Well, guess what? She got to feel that love emanating from her black man so that she can tell the white man, fuck you. My black man got me. But if every fucking 5 minutes what comes out his mouth is we at war, so I'm going to be like this, then what the fuck you expect from women? I'm sorry I'm over here cursing and shit like this, but this shit is getting on my fucking nerves.
Can I answer the
question? Let me tell you something. As long as we continue to sit here and play in a victim's mentality, that's all we'll ever fucking be. It's victims. Now you got the floor.
All right, cool. Now, let me make this point, and I want you to listen to me. You see what you doing right now? This is why we losing. I was in the military. There's a such thing called rules of engagement. Evidently, you do not understand this. And evidently, my people don't understand this because we still turned up. We lit. We got our fucking asses on our shoulders. We got our own opinions about shit. Meanwhile, niggas is getting buried. Niggas is dying. All this shit is going viral. I agree with you, and I agree with the sister. If we wasn't in a time of war and people wasn't getting killed, you absolutely right. But right now, when it's time, when people is getting shot at, you ain't got time to be talking about, ooh, rub my back. Nigga, you gonna die. We gonna be burying you talking about, ooh, let me finish talking. Let me put it out here because you need to understand
it. I just caught myself.
When we out here right now, in the state that we are in, I listen to what I'm saying. I agree with you. I think this is where it go wrong because y'all want to hear it the way y'all want to hear it, and you want it the way you want it, and I get it. But guess what? The time and the environment is not getting that. It's not allowing that, is what I'm telling you. It's past that at this point. They not playing them games. We don't want to sit back here, man, don't talk to me like that. Don't rub my back. Nah, yo, I need you to snap out that shit. Because a bullet don't know, oh, that's ordinary you, and you got to see. No, yo, it will take your ass out. You understand what I'm saying? And we'll be talking about what you used to be. That shit sound good. Listen, that shit sound good. That sounds good, but the reality is we burying in our people on a weekly basis. Our queens is going in fucking stores where they ain't supposed to go, and they getting their ass whooped on a regular basis. If that ain't enough evidence of war for you, I don't know what to tell you and what you need to see.
I didn't say we wasn't at war. We
can get to the cool shit later. See, let me tell you, during the civil rights movement, hold on, let me put this out. During the civil rights movement, black men and black women had these same problems. This shit ain't new. But here was the difference. We understood we had a common problem. They put them shits on the back burner. They got out their feelings because the common issue was, God damn it, we got to stay alive. I ain't got time to be arguing with you about this shit that we could talk about later. We got to stay alive. That's my point. We can get back to this love thing and healing and the things that need to be changed about us. But right now, the bickering and the arguing, we getting killed. While we bickering and arguing, we getting killed. That's my point. You can't win a football game. You can't win a football game when the team is arguing with each other. It don't work that way.
Check it out.
Hey, brother, can I interject? Because, like, you know, even with the whole concept, because we're talking about woman accountability, tomorrow the show could be about man accountability, and men can basically, you know, answer to women and, you know, the issues that black women have with us. But this whole idea of us playing the victim, we are victims. You know what I'm saying? We're in this constant state of denial that we're not in the situation that we're in. Now listen, I'm not ashamed that I'm a victim. I was born into this. Sister, you was born into this. You know what I'm saying? This victimization went on way before us. And the thing is, when we have these discussions, there's so much venom. There's so much anger. You understand what I'm saying? We can't even really have a conversation without tempers flaring. Understand this. Our enemy, our opposition, they sit in boardrooms. They have think tanks. They're not sitting there arguing, throwing their hands up like, fuck this, I'm tired of this shit. No, they're getting shit done. This ain't emotional. This ain't about emotions or nothing. So when we talk about sisters, see, this is the problem. You know what I'm saying? Because when black men are basically saying to black women, we're under attack, we're hurting. The pushback happens. It's like, y'all need to stop being victims. But sister, I mean, in Chicago, Newark, New Jersey, Philly, D.C., you know what I mean? Men are being incarcerated in levels that have never been heard of in modern times in this country. You know what I'm saying? Every time I go on YouTube, there's black men running up the street and getting shot in the back. Not only by law enforcement, but also by deputized white men and white women in police uniform. So this is all we're saying. This whole idea that we're playing the victim, we need to stop that. We are victims. And the whole point that we're trying to make here is it ain't about love right now. It's just about basically being aware of what's going on. And
it's survival time.
I heard the sister talking and she said, oh, we have a common enemy. We all know this. No, we don't all know this. Because in my conversations with some black men and some black women, no, they don't know this. And basically what's going on is we're basically turning a blind eye to our reality in seek of preacher comfort. You know, while we're dying, while we're being systematically shut out of the workforce, all these things is happening. But as long as we can build up credit and get a new car, or I just bought a house and black girl magic and, you know what I'm saying, men balling in the club, we're turning a blind eye to our systematic destruction. And that's basically what's going on here. It's not an argument. This shouldn't even be up for debate. Every time we turn on the TV, we see it with our own eyes in real time.
That's why you need to turn that motherfucker off, because that's what's keeping the computer scrambling.
What are we going to do about it? And at the end of the day, this whole idea of, we have no choice but to love each other. And this whole idea, like I heard this sister talk, and she was basically saying how, the white men beating up on black women and black men beating up on black women. Let me tell you something. The first abusers in my life were black women because I was raised by black. So this whole idea that black women ain't also participating in violence in the home is we're being disingenuous. You understand what I'm saying? But however, there's no blame game here. We are all victims. We are all subject to this system. This system is global. Like the brother was saying, economic empowerment ain't going to get us out of this, because what are we going to do if we do build up an economy but we have no military to defend it?
They're going to do it like they did Wall Street.
The whole idea is how are we going to survive? Because as we're looking at this in real time, the world has become numb to black suffrage all across the planet, but in particular in this country. Nobody gives a damn. We have no allies in Africa. We have no allies in Asia, and we damn sure don't have no allies within these borders. Only thing we got is ourselves. So this whole idea that, you know, you just gotta love me. We ain't got no choice. That's all we got. And
this is all out of love, and I want us to survive.
Hey, y'all. Hey, with all of this going on, what we describing, the realities and all of this stuff, does any of us have time to look at some fucking foolish shit on TV? Because that's who's misinterpreting us to each other. We look at each other through the lens of this damn shitty box. Seriously, I mean,
you're right.
It has to add up. If shit is so serious, like we saying, do we have time to look at all of these damn shows and productions and looking at us being portrayed different types of ways?
That's
we don't have time for that shit. We need to turn that shit up and see each other as we are, because that's what will bring us closer to loving together and fighting it. You know, we all are going to be united under the war is going to bring us together, or either it's going to destroy us. One of the two.
Yes.
But you know, we need to turn off this shitty box.
Let me say something.
And like right now, we're working it out. But this shit gonna disappear as soon as we all disperse and sit in front of a damn shit box.
Kamisi, let me say something real quick. I want to put something on the table. I'm gonna tell y'all a little short story so y'all can understand what I'm saying about the necessity of accountability. I had an ex-girlfriend who had a young son. He was like 4 years old. And she would never make this little dude accountable for shit. She thought it was cute, all the little shit that he would do, and she would never make this little nigga mind. Never. It was just cute. Let him do whatever he want. Never accountable. He wouldn't listen to nobody. He'd try to tell him something, he'd get an attitude. Well, one day, him and his grandmother and his cousin, they was walking down the street on a sidewalk. And she kept telling this little boy, stop walking off the curve. Stop walking off the curve. And he wouldn't listen to her. Stop walking off the curve. And he wouldn't listen to her. And she stopped to talk to one of her friends, and she told him to stand right here. And he kept walking off the curb, and she wouldn't listen to him. And he got hit by a car because he wouldn't listen to her, because he didn't want to be told nothing, because he wasn't held accountable for his actions. See, the little proverb, the little scripture that says, you spare the rod, you spoil the child. I keep going back to this, but it's a metaphor. When you ain't never been held accountable for your actions, you think it ain't nothing wrong with what you're doing. You think you justified in your feelings. But the problem here is this system was created for you women not to be held accountable. You have not been chastised. And now when it's time for you to be accountable, you want to tell us how we are to express the need for this accountability. This ain't no soft world. This ain't no sweetie pie shit. It's for real. Niggas is really dying every day. We're going to have to snap out this shit, get out our goddamn feelings. If you don't understand, go read in your history. Your ancestors, the females, they went to war. They weren't bitching about how they was getting love and who was rubbing their back and how they was being talked about. They was under attack and they went to war. This is where we at right now. We can get back to that cool shit later, but right now, it's time for us to band together. All that other bullshit don't mean nothing. We could get to the Dr. Phil shit later. Right now, we got to snap out of it.
Because I know this. We most comfortable when we fighting, when we mad at each other, when we blowing smoke, color shit. We comfortable with that. That's a comfort zone for us, you know. Yeah,
we fight, fuss, and fucking have kids. That's what we do.
It seems. And I'll say, you know, it appears to me, and since I'm a man, I'm going to say it from my point of view, when black women, they just seem to be it's so easy for them to just be mad at us and blow shit at us and tell us off and set us straight. Let me say
it's by design, brother. But that's by design. That's a part of the social engineering. This is what they win it. They win it right now. They listening to the conversation. They
feel like no matter what goes on, if we dating or mating or whatever, they feel like they got that hot sauce bottle ready to go at any time. Ready to use the hot sauce bottle, ready.
Brother Kamisi, that is not true. Brother Kamisi, that is not true. Brother Holla, that is not true. That is not true. You know what? I like to, but you know me myself personally, I like a dominant man. Because you do have to have. No, it's not true for me because a man has to be a man and he has to be a leader. And there's nothing wrong with being a dominant man because we women, and I'm speaking from a woman's point of view, we women do cry. Oh, we want somebody to protect us. But then when we get a man that hollers out and want to be the leader, then women do get mad sometimes. You have to take your pick. Do you want a protector? Do you want a pussy? Which one you want? If you want a protector, he's going to be dominant. That's just how it goes. And I want a man to pray for me, provide for me, and to protect me.
I love y'all.
I think we are.
I love y'all.
I'm gonna get back to black. I want to get back to full black folk accountability. Look, this accountability issue doesn't make sense if we gonna keep feeding our mind, our soul, and spirit to our enemy by way of his decadent ass entertainment. If he's going to be the one that's going to entertain and inform us, if his noise and his shit is going to be running in our household all the time, then it ain't going to work. It's going to be an exercise in shit. He ain't
That's right.
We not entertain. Black people are not producing shows for him to watch. He's producing shit for us to watch.
Come on.
We got to turn that shit off.
Come on.
And I know we don't want to fucking do it. That's why I just throw my hands and be like, all right, fuck it. We saying no. Basically, every time I say that, y'all be like, yeah, we hear you, Kamisi. Yeah, no, fuck no. We ain't going to do that. We love the white. We love this goddamn
that's not true. That's not true.
And we love out of both ass cheeks.
Hey, I want to say this, because I got to get off the phone, but I want to say this so I'm not misunderstood. I love black women. Please understand this. I don't got no beef with black women. Please understand this. I got 2 grown-ass black women for daughters. I got a granddaughter. I got a grandchild on the way. I got a beautiful black mother. That's my God. I would be a asshole to act like I got hate towards black women when I came from a black woman. But here is what has to be known. You cannot continue to put clean-ass sheets on a pissy-ass mattress and think the piss ain't going to bleed through. Fuck that bullshit. You don't like how it's being heard? Cool. We don't like how we get cussed out either. But it has to be done. That is the only way we are going to grow and move on. And for any of you sisters that it don't apply to, if you are in the small percentages of the women that get it, y'all got work to do. Because your comrades is fucked up. And I get it. And we are too. But here's the issue. When it's our time to talk about the things that we feel about women, man, pick another time to be talking about us. You can get your own goddamn show, and we can take accountability on our end. I got no problem with that. Don't wait until we want to talk about these things, and now we fucking throwing javelins at each other. This is why we don't get nothing accomplished. Each side got their own grievances. But not only was I talking about the accountability, I, in the beginning of the show, took accountability for men ahead of time so that it was understood that I understand exactly what's going on. I apologize on behalf of black men for the abuse that black men has made black women endure. We're wrong. We are wrong. But today was not about us. Today was a day, something that rarely ever fucking happens. Today was about you. It has to go on both sides. It cannot be a one-sided situation. It has to be both sides. And when you go into court, they don't let just one side talk. They let the prosecutor talk. They let the defense talk. And then we come to a middle ground resolution. Today was the day for men to talk about the accountability that women need. Now, y'all want to get that shit off y'all chest? Fuck it, call Lance. We can do the shit tomorrow, and I'll call up, and we'll take accountability for the bullshit that we do. But don't wait until it's time for us to express how we feel and our love for you and the things that we recognize to say, well, fuck it, it's you too. That sandbox shit, grow up. We got to grow the fuck up. We ain't never going to get past this dumbass shit if we don't grow up. You cannot evolve if you don't grow. And in order to grow, you got to let the bullshit go. How long we going to be mad at each other?
They hard on you. The white man is on the job telling the good things he's doing with his son. I'm taking my son fishing and shit. And all of that. Yeah, white men like to do that. They like to show how good their life is. They like to tell the black women I'm traveling and shit so they can see the difference between them and us and shit. I know this.
Hey, listen, Kamisi, let me say this.
I was only bringing that up to make a
hold on, let me say this.
No, because you ain't about to rag on me right about now.
No.
Wait a minute, okay? Nah. See, I sat here patiently and listened to y'all, and I let y'all get it out. Hey!
You mad?
Okay, hold up, bro. Hold up. I only brought that up. Doesn't matter. I only brought that up to show how.
Okay, we're rolling around on the floor again. One at a time.
Hey, Lance.
Yes, we're gonna wrap this up. I actually left for a little while to wash some dishes, and I came back. I'm hearing all this screaming. I mean, this is not good.
I'm gonna mute my phone.
Yeah, no, I'm not taking a strike at you. I'm taking a strike at the white man now, and you taking it like I'm shooting at you. I'm saying white men do this. I ain't even talking about the black woman right now. I'm talking about white men do this as a war tactic against us. I ain't talking about you. You can take yourself out of it. You taking it as a personal attack on you. I'm talking about the white man now.
I get that, but you brought up something that I brought up only to draw a correlation to a fact that we as parents need to take more responsibility for our children.
No,
okay.
You need to.
I'm muting my phone.
Look,
Hey, sister.
I'm not shooting at you, so you ain't got to respond like that.
That's right. And this was what I was about to say. They didn't like the way I was saying it, and they don't like how rough I'm bringing it. But I'm saying like this:
wash the dishes.
If you can't handle,
and a couple of pots.
You ain't gonna be able to handle how the white folks is gonna fuck your world up. Don't worry about me.
Love you too,
if
B.
you
Cherry.
can't handle this, you ain't gonna be able to handle how they really go, because they ain't gonna do a bunch of talking. They just gonna get the fucking talking.
That's the truth. Hey, for real though.
So if you can't take how Holla talking, you can't take the intensity of how Holla bringing it, because I'm trying to snap you out that silly shit, because we in danger right now. Man, listen, you in trouble. You bound to drizzle down, because them white folks ain't gonna get the talking and playing. They gonna get the chalking and bagging.
Yeah.
And ain't shit gonna be pretty about it. Ain't gonna be nothing pretty about it.
Not the white man. I'm naming the tactics that white man uses against. He does that. That's what I'm saying. You ain't got to take that personal. This is what white men do. I was just using your example. I I wasn't trying to say that you going for it, unless you are, because you seem to, you got that allergic reaction. Maybe you are going for it. But I'm just saying that this is what they do. I'm just calling out the shit that they do. And you took that allergic reaction and shot at me like that. I'm asking you to stand down. I wasn't trying to talk about you. Damn. So now, man, we fight each other hard as hell. I honor the black women who fight the white man. I said the sister soldiers. I said the Shahrazad Ali's. I said the Dr. Francis Press Wilson. And on the black hand side, I can only trust the women who fight the white man. Can't deal with y'all just fighting me like this. We hear you, the venom you got just for me. Now, you're going to hear Kamisi Fox. I'll fight the white man. I'll talk about the white man some. I'll do both. And I'll call the black woman a goddess.
There you go.
Goddess.
There you go.
The highest term. Shit, I ain't got that. Y'all got nothing but bullets and venom for us, even when I'm not even fighting you.
Come on.
That shit right there, you just did, sister, shocked the fuck out of me, because I wasn't even talking about you. Damn. So Brother Holla is right. Shit, y'all got too much fucking venom.
For the wrong person.
Take the venom out the damn, get the venom out yourself, man. Shit.
We not the enemy. That's the whole point. We are not the enemy, and we ain't the reason why you mad.
But like you said, Brother Holla, they ain't gonna realize it till the white man. See, they forgetting they ain't gonna realize it till the white man is putting the boot up her ass. They don't think that the white man will do that. They think the white man just all he gonna do is reduce your welfare. No, he gonna put his foot up your ass, and you forgot about that part. Then you gonna be looking for Kamisi.
Because they forgot they was a slave. I love y'all. This is Brother Howard. Lance, I gotta say this, and I'm getting off this jaw, y'all.
Yeah, we're gonna wrap it down, but talk to us, brother. This has been a fabulous night. Passionate, fact-filled, hard-hitting. This is one of the classics. Man, even when you sneeze, wisdom comes out.
I just want to say to these sisters out there, y'all, and if this apply to you, then it do. If it
Much
don't,
love, hope.
Hey, y'all better get rid of that crackatosis, man. Because I'm trying to tell you, it ain't gonna get you nowhere. Get rid of that crackatosis, man. It ain't gonna get you nowhere.
Hey, Brother Holla, hey, man, respect for doing this, man. This is needed. This shit right here, and big respect to Brother Lance for having this platform where we can do this shit. Because it doesn't happen every day.
Well,
we don't get the shit out every day.
All I want to say is peace to y'all, brothers.
Peace,
y'all know
sister.
I mean no disrespect. You know I come with love. Brother Holla, me and you, we have our moments where we agree. We have our moments where we disagree. It's all still love.
Yeah, I ain't
For
mad.
the people who think I'm bitter, no, I know you ain't mad, bro, because it never turns out like that between you and I.
No, you know I don't give a fuck.
And even you, Brother Kamisi Fox.
I want y'all two to go out on a date, though. I want y'all two to go out on a date.
Here y'all go over. See, I'm a female voice. So when y'all overtalk me, then I have to raise my voice to be heard.
No, you don't.
I'm not really trying to go
No,
there.
you don't.
No, I do. I do.
No, you don't.
I don't have the level of baritone in my voice that you guys have. You guys have, but I'm talking and y'all won't let me talk. So, I mean, really, all I'm trying to say is that for the people who think that I'm bitter, I'm not bitter. I'm passionate about what I'm passionate about. Y'all people got to learn how to discern and understand the difference between what's bitter and what's passionate. I'm passionate about my people. I'm also passionate about the fact that I'm a black woman and I love being a black woman and I wouldn't trade it for the world, okay? And I'm passionate about my black brothers because guess what? When as we all get better on a foundation, then we will all be better for one another and treat each other better and accordingly. So to me, there's no sense in us bashing each other, because at the end of the day, this is all about unity and trying to figure out how to bring our people closer together, how to bring our melanated race back to what it's supposed to be and restore it to what it used to be in the days of Mansa Musa, when we used to rule the earth and dominate the earth as we should. So that's all I wanted to say. I love you guys. Y'all got nothing but love for me and nothing but respect. You guys always speak the truth, and I just hope that I was able to shed some light on that as well.
Hey, ordinary you.
Thank you, sister.
Brother
I think you and Kamisi should go out on a date. For real. I think y'all should link up and go out on a date.
Let me tell you something, Brother Holla. Brother Holla. Let me tell you something, Brother Holla. Here's the joke. After they go on a date, listen. As an adult, we're making an adult joke right now. After they go on the date, and say after a couple dates, we're not going to say that Sister Ordinary You is going to go there that quick, but say they finally get there, right? And when I say go there, y'all know what I'm talking about. I could hear Brother Kamisi now. Oh my God, sister, you're throwing it on me. I always knew you had it for me like this. Oh God, I'm seeing heaven on earth. I'm going to conquer the world for you and smash all the TVs in New York City.
You know what's so crazy? Because this is how most black couples get together. We argue, we fight, we fuss, we fuck, and we fall in love with each other. It happens that way. I'm sorry. This is a fact, yo. Damn near every relationship I ever been in started this way.
That is so funny.
This is what I want to say to you, sister. Watch your body. Put your big girl drawers on. Get your weapons. You know what I'm saying? And keep your eyes open out here. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nobody safe out here right now. Watch your body.
That's right.
You know what I mean? This is coming from the heart. I have nothing but love for you. And every woman that's listening who might feel that I don't, I do. I just want us to survive. That's the whole twist. We can survive. That same passion and anger that we take at each other, we got to take it at the motherfucker that put us in this fucking environment to be arguing at each other.
That's right.
That's my thing. The same way I challenge the gangs and the thugs and the goons who say they bout that life, but you do it to each other and not to the motherfucker that's killing the women and the children in your community. This is where I'm at with it. All you black women, put your big girl drawers on. Let's go.
We don't live with white people, right? They don't live in our house. But when they're in our house, we see them in the best light. Let's say we're looking at an episode of Law and Order, right? You're not gonna spit venom at those white men on Law and Order. You seeing their story. You seeing the best of them. What I'm saying is, black men and women, if we truly love each other, we will not continue to watch each other be marginalized on that shit box. I just think.
Well, I don't watch TV, so I agree with you, brother. I don't watch TV for that exact reason. Okay. I'm sorry, I'm not cutting across you. I'm just agreeing with you.
Yeah, because look, that damn thing is because this is proof that I love. This is one of the proofs that I love the black woman is because I understand she ain't gonna never be in her proper self on that television. They ain't gonna never show me properly on that TV.
I don't think anybody's in their proper self on that television, to be honest with you.
Yeah, but whites are gonna be in their best light.
That.
Yeah,
no,
but
I agree with you, but I'm speaking in terms of the viewers. Like black men and black women, as long as we watch that, we'll never be within our proper self. But I agree with you, though.
Yeah, right. We won't be. We're not going to view each other properly because we're looking through that TV. We're cross-examining each other through that television, and that shit is it's gonna keep
and listening
misinterpreted.
to them
and
dumbass rap records.
I agree with that
get
too.
Started on that bullshit.
And the dumbass rap records.
Well, listen, y'all. Let's give it like 10 minutes, and everybody give their parting thoughts. This is my third show today. I'm starting to feel it. I just washed some dishes, and I just kissed Mr. Scurv on the cheek, and I said, "Boy, I need to go snuggle up a little bit." I'm gonna sleep late tomorrow.
I feel you, Lance.
Oh no, I'm a trooper. I feel it. I feel it good. I mean, I still have the passion. But I just wanna. I'm probably gonna have to go tomorrow night to Three Mask and videotape their spoken word. If anything falls, that may fall. I may stay inside. But I have a few things to do early tomorrow or early today, and I want to be fully rested for that. But we will squeeze in a show or two with no problem. I have one set up. I want to confirm it before I really say, but it's a young lady who just recently got fired, and she's open about it. But it's a very racist company here, a call center where they make the calls or they take the calls actually for folks who want to book hotels and flights and different things. And she rode with me for a good long time, and I got a chance to hear it over time. So she said she wanted to come on and really blow them up, name names, and put them out there. So I said, okay, come on, let's do it. So the other folks will know what not to get into and what to expect if they're there. And I have another couple of things I want to set up. And then there's always those things that drop in my lap at the last minute where it's like, hey, are you here? Let's do this. Let's go. So we do it that way. So maybe in another 2 weeks on the weekend, I'm definitely going to schedule regular shows where what time it's going to be, like on a Saturday or a Sunday or both, that those times are always going to be shows unless I travel or go out of town or go out of the country or something like that. But during the so-called work week when I'm on the plantation catching those whip marks, singing the Negro spirituals, I play it by ear. If it's something really crazy that's out there happening and you want to talk about it, I will. If I see something, if I'm real tired, I like to go until I'm empty. It's a real joy for me. Also, I want to say, if anybody runs across a clip or a video on WhatsApp or Facebook or YouTube, something that I can replay on the show, and you want us to do a show on that particular clip. Now, if it's a 3-hour clip, we're going to pick out the best parts, but just let me know or send it to me, and I'm going to put it up here. For those who don't know, scurvmedia@gmail.com. You can text me 407-590-0755. You can call me there also, but if you send me a video clip, I prefer that you send it to me on the email because it's an extra step for me to take it off of the phone and then break it down. And sometimes with the different clips, I'm not able to. So send it to the email, scurvmedia@gmail.com. I can have a show where we deal with 10 clips and knock them out and give our commentary on it. And we can do that. So I got to prepare for the show when we do those kind of clips. After each show, sometimes it's an hour and a half of other things with distribution to the other platforms. So there's work. So after this, I'm not going to do it. I'm going to go to sleep. As a matter of fact, I was reading National Geographic. I don't really grab these a lot, but I remember having a subscription many years ago from single-digit ages in the late 60s or last. I'm slipping now. I'm getting tired, right? And of course, it's about sleep. So I'm going to get a subscription on that again. And even though it may not be a magazine that is created by us, it has a lot of sense, and it expands our mind. So we got to get into the reading. We have to read what is in general out there that we can, take from, keep our conversations good and broad, and be able to hang with anybody when it comes to our knowledge out there. So that's what we are made for. We're made to conquer the world. So we got to encompass and filter what goes in our mind, but taking all things that are good. Other than that, like I said, I have a couple more new innovations that I'm coming with. I'm working on it. Tonight, like when Sister Trinity tried to call in, we couldn't bridge in her call through WhatsApp from Italy. So I got to work on that. I want to work on bringing the Skype interviews and just the technology, just to sit here. I got artwork I got to do, shows we got to do, things we got to talk about, things we got to, just dissect and break down. I'm here for you always, and I just want you to know that, I'm here putting in the work, and it's a labor of love, and this is what I'm put here to do, and I'm a servant for all of you. So take 10 minutes or so, 5 minutes, give your last comments, and let Brother HALLAH have the last word, because he called this show, so I'm going to give him the floor, and let's just wrap it up.
I'm coming to Florida.
Huh? No, I said
I'm
you
coming to Florida, y'all.
Oh, okay, come to Florida, man. Come to Florida. I
Man,
said
I'm
you.
telling
I
you,
said. I
watch.
said let you have the last word on the floor. Cover the floor. But yeah, come to Florida. And brother Dave and I are gonna get together on September 2nd. So we're gonna do some live shows from Miami. Me and brother Dave, and we're gonna put it down again. And we got some things we're working on, and I got to give him a call tomorrow. He might be up by now watching the show. But, it's all about, putting in the work in real life. I don't knock anybody who is just on YouTube, but what I'm saying is that there are a lot of frauds out here also. And I'm not referring to anybody who is here on the panel, on the phone, or in the chat room. But we have a lot of people out there who want to perpetrate a fraud and talk righteous, but they're not really walking the walk. And I just want everybody to know that I live this 24/7. I don't have to talk low. Mrs. Scurv sleeps deep because she knows what I'm in here doing. You know what I mean? So we're dropping blood like this, and we do this out of love. You know what I mean? And we couldn't have done this without everybody who's here, popping the chat room nice, leaving the comments. And Sister Viejo, you just knocking the trolls out with your blue fonts and letters right there. Everybody here who's called in, it was a phenomenal night, and this was a classic. And we have to keep going with these kind of conversations, not just 10-minute conversations, but things that we can sit here and fall asleep on. I think it was Brother Apple Cider who said, well, I was just listening to the Brother Keston show. Now you come on live again. We want to keep throwing things at people. We can't miss that way. I just don't want to throw bricks. I want to throw a handful of sand, because all the grains of sand has a better chance of hitting than the one brick that you can dodge. And it got to come from the hip. It got to come in live time. Right. This is not rehearsed or anything. Sometimes I come on here and eat some food. Sometimes I'm like, listen, I got to go pee. I got to go wash dishes. I might lay down, close my eyes, and watch the show through a phone and come back in 30 minutes. But we got to keep the conversations going. My time to leave this earth is ticking, just transition, just like everybody else. So we got to get the blows in before the final round, before the final bell, which is not really final.
That's right.
And then we got to keep on working that magic. So work that magic. Keep smashing those TVs, Khaleesi Fox. Keep dropping that truth, Ordinary You, and keep dropping the bombs, Holla. Let's wrap it down, and let's wrap these words down, and let Holla be the last one. And this is another classic. And share this show. We'll break it down. I'm gonna have it on SoundCloud in a couple days. Also, Black Junction TV, everywhere else. And I feel good. I feel real good. I'm a little sleepy, but I feel good.
Go ahead, Extraordinary You. That's your new name. Extraordinary You. You're not ordinary. You're extraordinary. Go ahead.
That's right. That's right, Sister
Well, I just want to say I love the fact that we could do this show, and I think it's very important to hear what issues our brothers have with us, because as women, we definitely need to do our part to get our acts together as well. And so I definitely respect and cherish the fact that our brothers were candid enough tonight to get up here and say how they felt and be vulnerable enough to say, hey, I'm hurting too. And I'm not, it doesn't make me less of a man to be able to admit to that fact. And I honestly, I love this show tonight. I know I got real passionate at some points during the show, but I enjoyed this immensely because we need that. We need for our brothers to be able to talk to us and get it out. Other than that, we won't know how they feel. We won't be able to do anything about it. And our sisters do need to be accountable. I also feel like we need to do more shows on positive stuff. Like, okay, now we know the issues. What are the solutions? How are we going to fix it? What do we each one teach one? What are we each going to contribute to fixing our situation? Because that's also very important. So I just want my people to live, love, and be happy, and to each do their part to make this world a better place. I want my melanated family to go out there and dominate in your lives every single day. And most of all, be the best people that you can, the best versions of yourself that you can.
That's right.
And still grow higher. So I love you guys. You guys are my brothers. You guys are my families. Brother Kamisi Fox, nothing but respect. Brother Holla, nothing but respect. Brother Lance, you my big brother. I love you.
Love you too, sister.
You know, and let's just keep the conversation going, and let's do it in a way in which, at the end of the day, it produces positive results. We not just up here for gibberish. We not just up here shooting off at the mouth.
That's right.
We not just up here trying to hurt each other. We are out here trying to figure out the real solutions to these real problems. So I love you guys.
Thank you so much. You have a good
And
night.
we appreciate you too.
Definitely. Love you.
And
much.
I just
Thank
want
you,
to say,
and
hey.
thank you. I love you, Sister Real Poetry 50.
Definitely.
But you know, as black people, we fight hard, we play hard, we love hard, we work hard, we go to war hard. That's just what we do. We do get passionate, but you know, every word from Brother Kamisi and Ordinary You back and forth, I mean, and then Brother Holla, I mean, you know, you're just passionate about what we believe and what we feel. But at the end of the day, it all calms down. We're all on the same page, and it ends well every time.
That's right.
Yeah. Yeah, look. I just want to say, everybody, turn those damn TVs off. Take them magazines, like if you got Miss O or what People magazine, all of these images, all of these mass media things, that they come to your house, if they send in magazines to your house, images of muscle and fitness and white people, get that shit out of your house. Burn them images. Turn that damn TV off. Kick the white man out of your house. Get his voice out of your house, out of your living space. Get all of that bullshit out, and I guarantee you we'll be able to see things clearer. And that'll make it easier for black men and women to actually see each other without that middleman in the middle. Oh,
right,
and
Brother
if you
Kamisi.
got white Jesus on your wall, burn that shit too.
Come on. Come on.
Brother Holla.
That's all I got to say. Peace and love to everybody.
Thank you, Kabisi.
And Brother Kamisi, we gonna see if we can get this love connection started.
I know that's right.
Trust me.
So it's me left.
I'll talk to y'all off these lines.
Yeah.
When we play these shows, when that happens, trust me.
Okay.
Wow. That would be classic.
So it's me left?
Yes, brother.
Was that
you
everybody?
brought it in, you're going to bring it right on out.
It's on
Take
you,
your
Brother
time.
Holla. Go on and take us out.
That's right.
All right. As they do in church, if all minds is clear, I'm going to give y'all niggas the benediction. Listen, first of all, hey, real poetry, respect, sister.
Yes.
Extraordinary You, respect.
That's right.
Hey, Kamisi.
Thank you, brother.
Brother. Hey, Kamisi.
Yeah.
Hey, get my number from Lance, beloved.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll leave my
I'll
information
text it.
too.
I'll text it to him directly after the show.
Me too. Get my number from Lance, Brother Kamisi.
Definitely.
Oh yeah, definitely
Okay.
get her number. I want to feel responsible in bringing two loving people together. Y'all got some real passion. You know what I mean?
That's right.
Y'all might be made for each other. And I want to feel proud that I did that. Thank you very much. Of course, Lance, you know, as always, I'm always eternally grateful.
Likewise,
you were the one that gave me the platform to do what
destiny,
I'm doing.
man.
And
I have to submit.
it's always,
I have to submit.
I'm humble.
I have to submit.
Hey, man, I'm humble.
You filled the platform. The platform means nothing. The stage means
Ah,
nothing.
come on,
if
man.
it doesn't
I'm
have
just
the
a
person to
spoken
get up
will,
there
man.
and speak from it. Trust me.
I'm just a spoke in the will, man. I just want to say to everybody that's listening, to everybody that's in the chat room, to everybody that's going to listen to this later, We are right now, presently, at a state of war. We are in a state of emergency. If you don't understand or know, look around. Brother Kamisi is right. You know what I'm saying? Get that shit out your house. Be mindful of what you're putting in your spirit.
That's right.
What your kids is being exposed to. When you out here, be mindful of your surroundings. Conduct yourself accordingly and watch your body. Because they not playing. It's happening all over in all different places. It ain't just in the big cities. It's everywhere.
That's right.
I love each and every last one of y'all. I want us to be able to continue doing this. I want us to eventually be able to be in the same room with each other.
Yes.
Lance, I'm coming out there, bro.
Come on,
all
y'all come. I have to put the cameras
when I
back
get my money
so we
right,
can get the full
when I
Breakfast
get my
Club
money
type
right
shot.
on the Kanye side of things.
Yes.
You know what I mean? I'm coming out there. You going to see
welcome.
me out in Orlando.
You're welcome. You're welcome. You're going to be right here, too. We ain't paying
That's
the white man's
definitely
hotels.
gonna
You're going to be
happen.
right here, too.
So then everybody can see me live
That's right.
and real color.
That's right.
And see exactly that the intensity just ain't on the phone.
Right.
I got the name HALLAH for a reason. For real. I mean, this is who I am all the time. Ain't no faking the fraud
That's
with
right.
me, man.
And y'all schooled the
it's
trolls,
all
too.
love.
You schooled, the trolls were there, but you schooled them. They're like, they're sitting here like, what?
Oh yeah, listen, man. That's why I'm like, let the trolls through, man. I want that smoke. I love them challenges,
right,
man. You find me a white supremacist, bring them on, man. I love it, man. Listen, I don't like turning up on my people. This is shit I be telling niggas. I don't turn up on black people. I turn up on them.
That's right.
That's why we got. I turn up on them, yo. Niggas ain't my enemy. Niggas is not my enemy. You know what I mean? Look, I turn up on them, man. And that's how we gotta be.
That's right.
I love all y'all. HALLAH is out. Hey, Lance.
Yes.
The next time you hear from me, look, matter of fact, I'm going to fall back off the controversial shit. I'm going to have some real funny shit. I'm always going to drop gems.
Of
regardless.
course. Of course.
You know what I mean? Well, sometimes we need some time to laugh about some things.
We're going to have a joke night, man. We're going to have a comedy night. We're going to tell the funny stories. I got a lot of funny stories.
We need that.
Yeah. I got some embarrassing stories I'm going to share, and I'm going to tell them. Trust me. I'm going to have you cracking up.
Hey, man, I need to talk about them coons, man. Them
let me
coons
just
out
say
there.
this.
Yeah.
When homeboy called me on FaceTime butt naked looking like he was 20 years pregnant, I swear to God, you know I'm slow with these
you told me.
Technology and stuff. I swear to God, I should have took a daggone screenshot.
You should have. You would have blown them up, too.
Y'all would have cracked the fuck up. I'm so sorry, but y'all would have laughed.
We got to have a blow-up show also. We got to blow some people up out here. Oh, wait a second. They cut off? Oh, we can't have that. Oh, no. We got to end this right. Oh, heck no. Wait a second. Are you serious? Are you serious? Oh, my God. Hold on a second. I got to make a call here. We got to end this up just right. Look at that. Just a second before, these lines are hot. They can't hear us. Okay, Brother HALLAH sees me calling him back. I'm going to tell HALLAH to hold on for a second. And I'm missing it too. I hear it out of the side here. Okay, here we go again. Okay, we'll add that in. And now I'm going to call from the studio line. And ain't that funny? Ain't that funny? No, we ain't going out like this. Even the equipment got fatigued. Here we go.
Here.
Okay, yes. We got cut off, man.
Yeah, I know. When you started laughing, the line went off. I was like, yo, it's laughing right off the jaw. Because that was funny. She brought up that dude again.
Right,
Niggas is crazy.
I'm
Niggas
in
is
the back
crazy.
end.
What are you going to do?
Contact the organizer to unlock the conference if you would like to.
Oh, man, I locked my own self out. No, I didn't. I think I'm in.
You locked your own self out?
Yeah, Kamisi, you can hear me. Ordinary.
I think everybody gone.
No, they still there. Hold on. That's funny. Okay, here we go. We're going to try it again. It should go through now. Okay, here we go.
My name's Fred. I hear y'all all the time. I just enjoy
Brother Fred.
I hear all the time.
I got cut off for a second. At the last minute,
I'm glad
it's like we had a real good party and the enemy gang from the other side of town came and shot us up. We were having a good time. We had the plates of food with the aluminum foil on it and everything.
About homeboy that looked. I was telling the joke about homeboy that looked 20 years pregnant, and I ain't hear from y'all no more. I was like, what?
No, we caught the visual and we all ran.
You made Lance laugh me off the line. He bust out laughing and the phone went dead. I was like, this nigga Lance done laughed me off the line. But I was cracking up because I was like, she's still talking about that fat nigga that... Listen, I'm sorry that nigga did that to you. I know. But niggas is crazy. Now I'm gonna tell you something. It's funny that you said that, right?
He revealed his true self.
But dig
I'm
this.
glad he revealed his true self.
I want to tell you something. It's funny that you said that, right? It's this girl on Facebook that I encountered, right? She shared a post from this white girl who said. And this is the reason why I'm so serious about dealing with our women and getting things to a happy medium, because some black women really got vicious mind states. Some white girl posted something about a dude sending a penis pic to her, right? And the dude sent the penis pic to her, and she said, well, what is this? Is this a child's penis that you sent? And he was like, well, no, this is my penis. And she said, well, how about this? I'm going to report you as a pedophile. And the black girl was like, yeah, this is what we should do to these black men sending penis pics. And I was like, me and girl went back and forth at it, because I was like, first of all, that shit ain't cool. I get it. Y'all don't like the fact that niggas do that. But when you start talking about fucking somebody's life up like that,
yeah, true.
That shit is serious.
True.
Well, you see, I didn't do it, brother Holla. I said,
I know you didn't. It just reminded me of that when you was talking about that, and I'm just like, look, niggas is fucked up. I get it. Niggas do all kinds of freak boy shit.
Yeah, I would never fuck up nobody's life like that. But that's why you don't. That's why. And I just want to end it on this note for myself. Listen, brothers. No, don't start, y'all. Don't start. Look, okay, listen. Okay. Some of y'all might be in y'all little perverted ass ways and stuff. But let me just tell you something. This whole Me Too movement and all of that shit is on the rise and everything. Let me tell you something. When you think that you're like, oh, yeah, look at this shorty. Well, I'm going to go ahead and FaceTime her butt ass naked and shit. Let me go ahead and you think you're, I don't know. You think you're putting the woman in an uncomfortable state. But what you're really doing is putting yourself at risk. Because had I been one of those type of sisters, I would have been up on it. And that shit would have been all over Facebook and YouTube, and that shit would have went viral. You understand what I'm saying? But because I'm just private in my own nature, you understand? That's just who I am. I'm just private in my own nature. I was like, look at this fucking clown. You know what I'm saying? But he's lucky it was me and not somebody else.
Look
you
at
understand?
the screen.
Because other women are up on it. They looking for, a way to make a mockery out of you, or a way to sue for whatever Me Too, and they feel violated, and I just don't like. I've never liked being a victim. I've never liked that label, so I'm not a victim. You never victimize me. You simply disgraced yourself. You know what I'm saying? By getting up there on FaceTime and trying to show me your nudity and da. You just disgraced yourself. You don't even come off respectable to me. You know what I'm saying? But at the same token, brothers need to be aware of that. You know, by doing that, you're not making no noise. You're not putting no emphasis on, let me show her my 12-inch penis. No, you're not doing anything beneficial for yourself. You're embarrassing yourself. So, brothers, I'm going to need y'all to keep that in mind. When you get on the phone with a woman, just be on the phone and just talk. Don't sit there and reveal yourselves all naked and stuff, because guess what? Chances are, when you do that shit on FaceTime, she going to say click and take that snapshot. Okay? Okay.
That's some real shit, but you know what that is? A lot of people are seeking attention. There are a lot of grown ass, emotionally fucked up people that have issues stemming from their childhood, stemming from the families that they were in. And in our community, mental issues, we tend to not want to deal with that. We tend to say we don't need no therapy. But it's a lot of grown-ass, fucked up people who need help, men and women.
Yeah, they do.
But just like
so
they
a lot
have
of
the Me
motherfuckers
Too,
just be seeking
the Me Too
attention.
movement,
they need hugs.
Just like they got
Some
the
of
Me
them
Too
need their
movement,
asses whooped.
we got the new hashtag that I pushed the other show.
You ain't lie. You ain't never lie.
That's
right.
There,
Brother Holla. You ain't never ever lie.
We got we got the not me hashtag.
You telling the truth.
We got to put that out there for the brothers who are doing the right thing. Not me. Look at the screen. Not me.
Damn right. Hashtag not me.
I like that. I like that. Hashtag not me.
That's right. That's right. Let's rock that
hashtag.
hashtag.
Another one.
That's catchy, Landon. You should go ahead and coin that and what they call it. Go on and make some money off of that one.
Well, I mean, I pushed it from the last show before, and you kind of can't you can't really own a hashtag, but you can watch it grow and go out there. So, they have the Me Too movement for those guys out there doing dirt.
And make
you got
that
the not
go
me
viral, Land.
Yeah. Well, everybody throw it in there when they have something they want to talk about. Use it because use it on Twitter, use it on Instagram, use it on Facebook, use it everywhere. When you put something out there, just put it out there, and then you can go down that particular list and see who else uses it.
Brother D. Nubian said, looking like he pregnant with triplets and shit.
Oh man, man. But listen, y'all, I want to wrap it down.
Hashtag.
Yeah.
Hashtag fuck out of here.
There you go. I bet you they got that too. But let me wrap it down, yo, because I'm kicking into a different gear, and I still got a little work to do before I turn in, and it's all love. We got cut off before, so it's like, we gotta. Yeah, we're gonna do that, Rosalind. Not me. The not me movement. When you live clean, do the right thing, show respect, and you can stand on that with no problem. And they can't find any. Now listen, if you're married and you want to send pictures, fine, but don't start out a relationship like that. Don't start it out like that. It shows how shallow it is. It shows how shallow a person is, because we all have body parts and we all know what we have, different sizes, different configurations, but basically we know what we have. You know what I mean? So if you're gonna lead with that as a man, come on, man. Give her your brain. I'm not talking about some head. That later on, but show her your brain, what's in your brain. That's right. Captivate her with your mind. And you know what? You know what? Just like when you cook chicken, even though I don't eat chicken no more, when you cook that chicken just right and you lift the bone up and the meat falls off the bone, when you do that woman right on a cerebral level, on a respect level, on showing her your characteristics from the inside, the dessert is there, and at the right time it falls off and it's right there, and you earned it. That's the most beautiful thing. There's no struggle. There's no con. There's no, and when you're earning it, you're not doing all these things to earn that. That's circumstantial. That's going to happen. The beauty is not knowing. So don't focus on it. Don't focus on it. Explore all the other parts, because after that you'll have something to talk about. after the acts are performed and the expressions
Exactly.
of love and passion and a little sprinkling of lust, like, hey, you're looking good, then you'll have something to talk about, and you have a solid foundation. Yeah, here too, a salad also, because you know I don't have a salad, right? And when Mrs. Scurv makes the salad, it's so good because she puts love in it, because she knows that there's more to me than just that. You see what I mean? When you're passionate about something, when you have vision and you're moving toward that vision, and they sit there and watch you, they're doing the thing too, and you're working together. But then when they see you have that thing inside you, that drive, that they look at you like Superman, because you're the closest thing to Superman that she's ever seen, right? It turns her on. Make her moist by your drive. Make her wet by your passion.
Right.
Make her ooze with the sweet nectar that you're going to eventually get, but because of the man that you are. Be such a man. She can't help but be such a woman. But you don't sneak up on no stuff. You don't take the meal out of the oven before it's done. Cook the meal. Make sure it's well done. Lay out the table. You'll always be able to sit down at the table that you set out and prepared the meal. These guys don't understand it out here in the world. They just think it's a physical thing. If I could say, look, you can't beat a battery operated boyfriend. And this is why so many women are detached from the bull crap, because there's a lot of fools attached to good dick. See, you can have good dick and be a fool.
You know what, Brother Lance? What the brother didn't expect, what he didn't realize about me, or what he didn't even know about me, because it's not like, you know, I mean, I'm not like a billboard or a poster or something. I don't wear like labels on my face to tell who I am and whatnot. But what he didn't realize is that I'm African. So nudity is nothing to me. If you go to Africa, you see nudity everywhere.
Right.
It's just a part of our culture.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
We do dances to the gods and whatnot in nudity, but it's not meant to be sexual.
Right.
You know, nudity is nothing. Absolutely nothing. Like, I can view nudity and it means absolutely nothing to me. It doesn't even turn me on.
Right.
So it's
the person that has to turn you on.
He didn't know.
And then you can appreciate the physical. It's the person.
I'm out, yo.
You know?
I've heard it tonight.
We got to talk we got to do some live relationship shows also, and talk this good raw stuff, because there are a lot of kids out here who want to hear this kind of talk, the good stuff. Even if we spice it with some words, but the truth behind it, that's necessary. We all learn that way. We can think back to the conversations we overheard from that older aunt that was maybe the black sheep of the family, but she taught you the deal about life, and you say, man, she kept it real with me. And a comment was made earlier that we don't speak to our kids about financial health or sexuality. You know what I mean? It's nothing to be ashamed of. It's nothing to exploit. We should not be continuing that Western mindset by exploiting the whole thing, dressing up over in a certain way in these magazines. This stuff is meant to be at home. It's a beautiful thing. You know what I mean?
Right.
I can't keep my hands off of Miss Scurv, but she knows I earned it. Sometimes it's like, I say, sweetheart.
Come on now.
You know, I say, listen, do you think that I'm, a little too touchy? She said, no, it doesn't bother me. Because I'm like that so much that I feel bad. I'm like, I got to check with you. Because she knows what I'm all about. She knows when I go out in the world every day, is to knock out the world, to bring back the proceeds. And she keeps me strong so I can do that. And when I do that, it's a cycle. And it's the respect and the love. And like, yeah, I'm a little dog tired right now, but I paused the show and snuck off and washed the dishes. She said, leave him in there. We're both tired. I know you're going to do a show. Just come on to bed. And I said, you know what? I'm not just going to do that. She likes to wake up and see everything done. You know what I mean? So I said, I'm going to do that. We cut the grass. We did the yard. We did all the things. See, there's a lot of things that people, they think I'm just a talking head on YouTube. It's not that way. You know what I mean? And I'm not trying to big myself up, but all I'm saying is that we need to live full lives and be an example in our walk. So it's not just a show. We're talking this way, all of us here who are on the show, because we walk the walk and we talk the talk. You know what I mean?
That's right.
So like I said, look, I'm a man, and I love, to see Mrs. Scurv walk through the house. Yeah, y'all know what I mean. But there's more to me toward her than just that. That's why we're together all these years. That's why everything is working. That's why you don't see me sitting on the show and her in the background cussing me out. You don't see no videos. Oh, Mrs. Scurv was at the mall with him cussing. Say it again.
You give her due. You give her due, and you give her the right amount of attention and stuff. So she's already feeling satisfied.
Right. And she knows what I'm doing. She knows what I'm doing and where I am.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Accountability. Like Brother Holla said, to show that key word right there.
You already fulfill her. So when you're doing what you're doing, she can definitely hang back like, oh, you know what? My every need and want is met. I'm good.
Exactly.
That's what I was trying to say when I said black men, y'all got to love us black women more so that when y'all go to war, we can empower y'all.
That's right.
Because once our needs and our wants are met, we ain't going to do nothing
Definitely
but
Africa.
sit there and help. Hell, we'll freaking sit there and fucking make bullets for y'all.
Exactly. Exactly.
What I'm saying, but the two have to coincide.
That's right.
That's right.
All right, listen, we're going to plan some relationship shows. We do have time later on today when I wake up, and we'll throw some things. Let me hit this thing, because, look, you know, I feel it physically, but my spirit is wide awake and want to dive into it again.
Relationship shows.
Huh? Oh, yeah, you got to be on there. You know that.
Single, but I want in on these relationship shows.
And your girl across the street, Shamel, wants to get with you on one of those shows. So I'm gonna have her come on over and sit right here next to me. And when you're on the show, and all of us, we all gonna vibe. Okay, I promise that.
Because I want to get with that sister too.
Yeah, we were outside in the front early today, and we were speaking about you on a really nice level. You know what I mean? So it's not, man. I got a dope neighborhood now. You know what I mean?
Send her big hugs.
Definitely.
Yeah,
Definitely.
Tell that sister I said peace, and I send her big hugs.
She listens to the shows, so she's going to hear this. So trust me.
Good.
I had texted her a little earlier during the show to see if she wanted to come over, but she probably fell asleep. So she's right across the street.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean? So
Okay. Oh, that's convenient.
Yeah, she's right across the street. You know, for real. I could be over there in 45 seconds. Wake up, come on over. No, but she's probably sleeping. So anyway, we're going to wrap it down.
That's
and
my big sister.
I want everybody to send me any ideas in any video, but any ideas for shows. There's the information right there. I've been flashing it all night, and I'm open to talk about anything as long as it's empowering at the end, but we will go to the depths of whatever subject that you want to talk about. We're not afraid to go there.
Right.
There's no PG-13 business going on over here, unless you wanted us to have it that way.
Say to me, Brother Holla.
Two things. Lance.
Yes.
If you can.
Yes.
And I'm going to try to email him too. Pastor Gray.
Bet.
If you could get Pastor Gray. If you
bring them all on.
Get that fat, greasy motherfucker on the phone. I want to ask him what the fuck is on his mind. And two, hey, extraordinary you. You need to get at Kamisi, y'all. There's a love connection there.
I can hear him now. Good God, girl, I know you had some good loving, but my God, I'm going to not smash a TV today.
Let me just say this to respond to you, Brother Holla. If Brother Kamisi is interested, he will holla.
I think he will holla.
I caught that.
He already told you. He told you he was going to get at you offline, yo. He going to get at you. He going to get at you. I'm putting it out there right now.
For real. A love connection. For real.
He going to get at you.
We'll see. It's 3 a.m. or 4 a.m. in New York over here.
4:46.
I'm a night owl, so we'll see what happens.
He in D.C. I'm usually never wrong.
Wow.
He going to get at you. I'm usually never wrong. He going to get at you.
All right. Brother Holla, you know I got your number. You know I'm going to call you and tell you if you're right.
Let me know. I'm telling you. Look, I'm still up. It's early over here where I'm at.
Oh, dang, for real.
Yeah, I'm behind y'all. It's still early. I'm chilling. I'm you know.
What time is it where you at?
It's got to be
like 1:30.
Yeah, 1:47. Yeah.
Nice.
It's 4:47 by
Yeah.
us ordinary. We're in the
I'm
same
on the
time
west
zone.
side.
For real.
Yeah.
Well, listen
I
up,
traded in
y'all.
my East
I'm gonna
Coast
wrap
card
it
for the
down,
west
y'all.
side.
I'm gonna wrap it down.
I'm out.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, we outie.
I'm not gonna talk no more. I said hit subscribe to everything. I've been doing it all night. Hit melaninenvy.com. That's the forum. Register, create your profile so we can discuss the issues. We have everything uploaded from a gazillion online forums and websites, the latest stories and stuff. So when you go there, you'll see things updated from so many different websites. So it's a one-stop shop on that, on that level. Other than that, hit the text, the keyword SCURV to the short code number 74121. The app, download it at the Google Play Store, the Amazon Store, and the App Store. And always make sure to subscribe. And we're going to wrap this up. And I'm probably going to end this out with a little Kamisi Fox piece. Let me see if it will play. I'm going to have to mute myself. And we're just going to play this bad boy. Let's see if it plays.
Wait, Brother Lance, before you go,
yes,
you still gonna help me get this website set up because
most definitely,
help.
Most definitely, we're gonna start out simple and get it more complicated as it grows. But I'll tell you the ins and outs because, like I said, I never started out as a website guy. It was in 2001 when I moved down to Orlando, Florida from New York City that I learned just to hit the power button on a computer. I was so computer illiterate, I called about 3 friends of mine in New York City and said, man, I cut the computer on. Little did I know 17 years later, I'd be doing all of this stuff. You know what I mean? So, yeah, that's a wrap. That's no problem.
Wow.
I'm probably going to sleep until about noon.
Okay.
I'm going to make sure to get some sleep. I'm going to read this article on sleep here in National Geographic. Right, because I need more of that, and we're gonna get up, eat a good brunch, and just start the day. And I have a few.
I'll hit you up later, Lance.
Definitely. I'm gonna be up for another 30 minutes or something, but I'm gonna be winding down. I'm gonna go out in the backyard, meditate a little bit at the sky, and just breathe some air, and just dive on in. And Mr. Skirver just snuggle up on me, boom, and I'll be out. Maybe I'll be out.
Oh, yeah.
Right? All right, y'all.
Cool.
You all have a good night,
Cool.
and thank you so much for being here. Okay.
Peace
out. Love you all.
Man, thank you for having us.
Oh, no problem.
Love
It's
you
an
too.
honor. It's an honor. Labor of love. Thank you so much. All right.
It's the honor is ours. For real. Love you. Good
Love
night.
you too. Take care. Bye-bye.
Okay.
Let me see if I can play this Kamisi Fox piece here.
Yo, this is Brother Kamisi Fox with the Lance Skirv theme a cappella. Let's go. A topic of discussion and you thought about it? Tune in to Lance Skirv Show and let's talk about it. Let's break it down and chop it up. What you get on radio and TV is simply not enough. He gives you news and views with no gimmicks. He pushes journalism to the outer limits, turning negatives into positives, making the planet Earth a better place to live. The baddest man on the internet. He touches all the touchy subjects to make the touchy people upset. Touching bases with people of all races, but ain't afraid to represent black empowerment. And when the powers that be abuse that power, he ain't afraid to stand up and say black power because he knows the last becomes first. But first we gotta tell the truth. The truth hurts. That's what it's gonna take to advance, man. You can't handle the truth, but Lance can. Telling the truth that the liars can't stand. They're throwing punches, but they can't land. Is there a topic of discussion and you thought about it? Tune in to Lance Skirv Show and let's talk about it. Let's break it down and chop it up. What you get on radio and TV is simply not enough. He gives you news and views with no gimmicks. He pushes journalism to the outer limits, turning negatives into positives, making the planet Earth a better place to live. The conversation moves the nation and we're running things, steady making preparation for becoming kings. Call in, speak your piece, and let your voice be heard. Lance Skirv is a talker and a listener. With Mrs. Skirv and the mighty brother Keston, an open forum that is open to suggestions, going places that a whole lot of people can't. Like Ali, brother Lance is the people's champ, knocking out falsehood in the first round, a Jim Brown touchdown on the first down, a flying high like Jordan T scoring, always informative and never boring. Is there a topic of discussion and you thought about it? Tune in to Lance Skirv Show and let's talk about it. Let's break it down and chop it up. What you get on radio and TV is simply not enough. He gives you news and views with no gimmicks. He pushes journalism to the outer limits, turning negatives into positives, making the planet Earth a better place to live. Kamisi Fox with the Lance Skirv theme. Peace to everybody.
We have some serious
Out.
relationship problems that nobody has been able to address us on because everybody wants to pretend that this is not going on. You know, over 60% of our women are single, widowed, separated, or divorced. They don't have a man. I just came out of Florida, and they got a housing complex that the Urban League built, which is a black organization that is for women and children only. They say they don't allow any men in there. I didn't have time to deal with it, but I talked about them real bad. That's the silliest program I've ever heard of. You know them women that had men if they got a bunch of children. They need fathers. They need protection. We hear about the drug problem that we have in our projects across the country. It's one of the major places that we have a drug problem. You know, we talk about the great strength that we have as black women. Well, the welfare department don't rent government apartments to single black men. Those apartments belong to black women who are allowing this to go on in their home. We have not looked at what part of the responsibility do we share. Yes, black men sell a lot of drugs, and a lot of us black women get the money from them drugs and buy some of these fancy clothes we wear. Drive around in some of these fancy cars. He is not doing these things alone and without support from us, whether they are good or bad. See, we have a lot of power. We are very strong women. I'm saying that we're using our strength in the wrong direction. We're using it to tear our man down, tear our nation down instead of building it up. Having an education and a job does not necessarily mean you have a successful life. I keep telling black women that to raise a child, they say, well, I provided with food, clothing, and shelter. That's not raising a child. That's maintaining one. To raise a child, you need. We have sons who, by not having a father in the home, they don't know how to respect women. They take on the black female emotionalism. They become bitchy. They're doubtful. They're indecisive. They can't make a decision. They don't know what to do about being a man because we can't teach them that. We don't have that knowledge. We have daughters who grow up in a home where they don't see any affection, where there's no man there. They go out into the world and try to mate. They don't have no idea how to be no woman to no man, how to function in a house with a man, because they haven't seen it. Most of our children, just like us, get all the information we have about how you be with a mate off television. It's the only medium that shows us anybody being together. Those rules have not worked for us. The white woman's liberation movement, we don't have anything to do with that. We have not been under the control of the black man for over 500 years, so what do we have to get liberated from them from? They haven't been our boss. That's the white woman and her man. They're going through that, and that's their business. We don't have any business being in that. They only introduced it to break down the civil rights movement. Civil rights movement started with the black man, the black woman, and the black child standing together, trying to plead for freedom, justice, and equality, and more benefits in the country that they had built. They threw the white woman in there with the women's liberation movement and made it a woman against man thing. That created a big separation between black men and black women because then everybody started going for self. Then they bring the welfare system in and tell us in order to feed and clothe and house our children, we have to give up our man. You have to put the man out of the house. When the white farm wife goes to the government for subsidy for the farm, they don't tell her to get rid of the farmer. They keep that family together. But in the black community, they make it a requirement because they want to keep endorsing into the black community that the black man is no good and that he is not deserving of respect. He is not deserving of us letting him give us any protection or instruction, and that we are better than them. The major responsibility that the black woman has had on the earth for the trillions of years that we have been here has been one of nutrition and birthing children. Those two things have a great deal to do with the survival of any people, the reproduction of the nation, and feeding them the proper food so that they can live. Those are very important jobs. Those are very powerful positions because it puts us in a position to decide who's going to live or die and how slow they're going to die by what we feed them. We have a very powerful position. That's not a small role that we play. We have just been taught to misrepresent and misuse that power. The people who we have been counting on to give us the truth about how to get along have failed. The white people don't know how to get along. They don't have that information themselves. They don't get along with nobody on earth. So they didn't have no information to impart to us about how we're supposed to get along. They change their relationship rules at will. We have, tons of black children around this country that I hear from who have grown up traumatized by the fact that they were referred to as the outside child. When we were having children like that, they called it illegitimate children until the white woman started having them, and now it's single parenting. See, they changed the rules according to what they're doing. So I've called on our people to change them depending on what we want to do, what our needs are. There's another need that has not been addressed in our community, because nobody will deal with it, and that's one that God did not create three sexes. We only have men and women. Now, I have not said that we should reject the sisters who try and act like men and the men who try and act like women. I'm not saying to reject them from among us, but they need to be taught. We don't have to accept that as some kind of normalcy, because that's not normal. But because now the white people are practicing that, when we were doing it, we were punks and faggots. Now that they're doing it, now it's an alternative lifestyle. I'm trying to demonstrate how they have set rules that they have forced us to follow that they don't even follow themselves. They change the rules to suit them when they get ready. We can change them to suit us when we get ready, especially if we have what we have now, which is a failing system. It hasn't worked for us. We don't have to be ashamed that it hasn't worked for us. But we do have to be ashamed of the fact that we keep plodding behind it and not trying to make the corrections that will help our people to survive.